It's not out there? It's right under the mailbox.
She's going to get it.
Are you ready?
Ready to rock this.
Do you?
Got the paper or anything?
Good? All good? Okay. All right, before we get started, I'd like to remind everybody that we do have a code of conduct, and it is printed in the back there. Please be respectful of each other tonight. If I hear any interruptions, I'll just stop the discussion and ask you to give you one warning and then ask you to leave if it continues. So with that, I'm going to call the meeting to order. And we all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we have a roll call
Sure. Greg Carnes,
here.
Sarah Dolman, Jersey,
Here.
Jennifer Eden. Here. Herman Ferguson,
Here.
Dean Hawes,
Here.
Pam Lockler. Here. Chris Rapetta.
Here.
Shh. Please. Okay, approval of the agenda or any additions or changes?
Mr. Supervisor, I have a couple additions I'd like to propose for the board to consider, if I may.
Yes, please.
These two motions are aimed at finding some common ground with our fellow board members. We can get on the same page and focus on the business of the township. I'd like to make a motion to add to the agenda a discussion item about best practices for determining the board agenda. It's my first motion. And the second is to add to the agenda a brief discussion item about the best forum for determining board goals in the direction of the township.
All right, do you have some material or is this?
I emailed a letter to the entire board, and I also emailed 3 officers with further material today. And these are not new things. These are things
Okay.
that I've been talking about for months. And I'm not looking for long discussions. Just to clarify, I know that regarding the agenda, I have heard that there's been some talk in the office about that already, and I would really just like to know what the plan is and how that's moving forward and have the opportunity to voice some of my own thoughts on that matter. And regarding the forum for determining board goals, I don't think that's anybody that, or anything that any of us would really disagree with. I'm not looking to define those goals tonight. I'm looking to figure out a time and space when we can actually have that discussion fully and appropriately. And that's what I'm asking of the board.
Have you looked at the agenda tonight?
I have, and that's why I just said I'm not asking for a long discussion.
Well, do we
I'll
have?
support the motions.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, the motion carries. Where do we want to put those on the agenda? After closed session?
Have to be before, I believe. No, it can be after closed session.
Yeah?
Closed.
I mean, we have to get this stuff done.
Okay.
This is why the agenda is the way it is. So 11 is, what do we want to to call it?
Discussion item about best practices for determining the board agenda.
And there was a second item,
There was.
number 12?
A discussion item about the best forum for determining board goals.
Okay.
Greg, I'd also like to add one, if I may. I'd like to make a motion to add a discussion about the code of conduct violations at the last meeting, the last board meeting that we had from certain board members.
Could we focus that to be on conduct
Do
in
we have
general?
hang on.
I'm just asking.
Greg, what specifically, what are we, conduct on who and what?
Do you have some information on your code of?
I emailed it to you and copied Pam.
Do I have a second?
I'll support.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Nay?
Nay.
Motion carries. So we're going to add that. Item number 13, discussion code of violations. All right, do I have a motion to approve the agenda with the changes?
So moved.
Support.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Okay, approval of the consent agenda. Township Board minute meetings, October 21st, 2025. The Treasurer's Report, October 31st, 2025. And Clerk's Warrants and Bills, November 12, 2025. I have a motion of support.
Make a motion.
A second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries. Communications to receive and place on file. Number 1, Livingston County Sheriff's Report, October 31st, 2025. Monthly Budget Report, October 31st, 2025. The Chris Rapetta, Tyrone Township, opinion and order on complaint of superintendent control. It's basically the letter that I shared from Galuli, our attorney. We're going to receive and place that on file. The Incident Investigation Report, September 16th, threat of violence. This is basically the report put together by Detective Burke from the Livingston County Sheriff's Department. Number 5, Historical Town Hall Designation Marker announcement from Margaret Melville, November 11th, 2025. Number 6, Approved Planning Commission meeting minutes, October 14th, 2025. And the Planning Commission meeting and public hearing synopsis, November 11, 2025. Do I have a motion support?
Motion.
I have a question.
Sure.
So for number 3, I know that's the thing you read, about the case, the lawsuit and opinion and order. But this sets a precedence, right, that we're going to, from this point forward, enter all legal case closures and statements and rulings by judges, whether good or bad, into the communication at the board meeting level, even though those are documents that are completely available to the public at any time and part of the public record. So I'm just verifying that this is going to be the precedence moving forward, that any case that we close and whatnot will be handled in the same way, right?
I think,
I believe it was put on there because a board member asked for it to be.
I requested that the statements Greg made ahead of the last meeting, before the meeting was called to order, I requested that they be somehow incorporated on the record, because that's really important, that if the supervisor is making statements that were communicated from a police investigation or from an attorney, that should be documented as part of the record. And so I made that request, just that the statements be somehow recorded.
I don't object to your request.
I'm just explaining
Yeah.
where it came from. I
Right.
don't know about the rest of it.
No, I don't object, but that wasn't my question. My
Yeah.
question is the setting of the precedence that all cases will be handled equally moving forward as a communication item. Whenever a case closes, then that case and all of the details of that case, win or lose, or whatever the disposition is, will be added to the communication of the very next board, or the soonest board meeting available after the case closure, as in the case of this particular one.
I actually think it's a good idea. What's your opinion, Chuck?
You're free to do that if you wish. Any closing order in a file, we can get to the board and you can publish it as you see fit.
Because I do get residents who ask where certain cases are.
Sure.
And some of them are over with, just like this, over and done with. And I think this makes it official. So I'm okay with making it a precedence, if it isn't already. I guess,
Do we need a motion?
do I need a board approval to do that?
And does that need to be
Yes.
some kind of written policy, or how does that procedure get documented and followed through upon?
You could make a policy out of it. You don't need to, as long as you follow through and put it in the records.
If we do it as a policy though, Chuck, wouldn't that stand in further administrations also? Unless they made a change of policy,
They can change the policy.
but they'd
So
have to do that.
There's momentum if you have a policy, yes.
Yeah, yeah. So I guess I'd like to make a motion that we create a policy for the next board meeting to vote on and approve, or turn down, whichever.
Okay,
Support that.
yeah. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, that motion carries.
Still have to approve communication.
Yeah,
That's for the
I'm
making
jotting down
motion.
some
And
notes.
can I ask, before we move forward, who's tasked then with drafting that policy? Do we need to name that somehow?
I can take care of him.
Okay. Thank you.
So, thank you, Pam.
And we'll have it at the next board meeting to look at.
Create a policy, and Pam is going to take care of that for us. All right, so again, I'm looking for a motion to approve communications.
I make a motion again.
Second,
I'll support.
all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? And motion carries. All right, public remarks. Agenda items only, please. Sure.
Can I talk about the item that just got added on number 13? Do we have to wait for the second round of public remarks?
It's on-
It is
No,
now
it's
on
on
the
the
agenda, so I don't see why you can't discuss it now.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, no,
Thank you for bringing that up.
sure.
name is Shri Talon Salad, and I'm the one that filed the complaint on November 6th from an October 21st public hearing you had. It's in regards to something that was blatantly said on video of your meeting that was brought to my attention when I was rewatching the video with my husband after that long 3.5-hour meeting, where Greg, sitting next to the treasurer, there was nothing said after, or I finished my public comment, but as soon as I was done speaking, your treasurer said, "No one asked for your opinion anyways," when I was finished. And I thought that was a violation of your code of conduct, at least on number 1 and B, as if it was provoking, because I felt like that was pretty inappropriate to say that, and you're sitting right next to her. And you never corrected her or said, "Hey, that's inappropriate to speak after someone made their public comments," because when you said, Jennifer, no one asked for my opinion anyways, but yes, you did when you put it on the agenda for public comments. So you did ask for my opinion. Whether you agree with it or not, that's irregardless. I'm going to thank 2 people that at least reached out to me after I emailed every one of you, and that's Chris and Sarah. Thank you for at least being honorable and respectful to me by reaching back out to me with my complaint. Never heard from the supervisor, didn't hear from Jennifer or anyone else, which, just even thank you. I mean, just even saying thank you for filing your complaint, we're looking into it. Didn't get anything from the supervisor. I will tell you I did get a response from your township attorney, which was surprising, that he would be involved versus the supervisor. And I did meet with him, and we went through the YouTube video, which he agrees that, as far as I'm concerned, that was kind of inappropriate for you to say that to me after I got done speaking. I don't know you personally or professionally, but my opinion is my opinion, whether you agree with it or not. I will respect you when you're speaking, and I won't interrupt you or make any rude, mocking, belittling comments after you say anything, even though I watched you the whole night blurting out bullshit and under your breath, Jesus Christ, and stuff like that. That's just kind of the tone that you were setting that day, apparently. So I understand there's dysfunction in this board. Y'all can't get along. Nobody wants to admit, or come to the middle ground to try and have a functional meeting. It's always dysfunctional. And in my opinion, I should get a public apology from Jennifer at the very least.
All right, thank you. All right, anybody else?
Hi. I'd like to.
Gordon?
I'm Gordon Tomaszewski, but Ms. Jennifer, I would just like to reiterate again, my name is Gordon Tomaszewski. At the last meeting, you must have had a memory lapse, and you called me Jesus Christ. Plain and clear. I mean, I heard it, a lot of people heard it. You profess to be a person who believes in religion, so please do us a favor, all the people who are Christians and religious, don't take the Lord's name in vain. I'm nowhere near being Jesus Christ. I would just like to comment on the fact that bringing up and adding the transparency on how lawsuits are settled, I think that would be a great step forward for the township. For too long, we've had where we've had litigation in the township, and we've had to fight tooth and nail to find out what the results of that litigation was. Government's here to serve the taxpayers. It's not here to serve the local entity and the government officials. So I do believe that you guys are making a right step by turning around and addressing that issue. And I'm sure all the taxpayers would be grateful, because no matter how big or small, and no matter whether win or lose, we should all be able to see where our tax dollars are being spent. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Gordon. Anyone else?
Jeanette Ropetta, Tyrone Township resident. You probably won't allow me to approach you with a handout, but Greg, here's the code of conduct for you to read, the one that you talk about at the beginning of every meeting. Here it is for Jennifer also, because apparently the two of you don't understand the code of conduct. It does apply to you as well. And for you, Greg, to sit there and not correct Jennifer when she did those things last meeting, I think is horrible. For you to sit there with a straight face and ask all of us to be respectful, think about it. I want to address two specific items on tonight's agenda. Both of them highlight an ongoing pattern that residents are growing tired of. First, under the Board of Review section, the agenda headline says appointments, but when you scroll down in the packet, all that's provided is a resignation letter. So there's no names of proposed appointments, no notice to the public. I never saw anything of Greg saying that there's going to be a vacancy on the Board of Review. No opportunity for residents to know who's being considered. Maybe this is technically allowed, Greg, but it is the exact opposite of the transparency you ran on. It's also not how trust is built. Appointments should not appear without notice, without names, and without public awareness. That is not how good governance works. Second, regarding the amendments to the fire ordinance, the agenda lists shows some amendments, but again, we have no explanation of who drafted them, what the process was, or how the board evaluated them. I'm pretty sure, did anybody here get to work on these amendments? Did Greg? Pretty sure Greg didn't do it, so he had somebody do it. So are we paying extra for somebody to look at things that the board should be looking at? These amendments affect residents, compliance, and enforcement. The board should be openly discussing the changes, not presenting them formed with no context or explanation. When major amendments appear without public input, without board discussion, and without clarity about who produced the language, it raises legitimate questions about process and accountability. If the board's role is to review, evaluate, and guide these decisions, residents should see that happening openly at this table, not behind the scenes. And how long does it take? It's been months and months. I'm glad that we haven't had another challenge to the fire ordinance in this time. These two items alone show exactly why people feel shut out and uninformed. The board often has almost nothing on the agenda for weeks and then suddenly piles everything on at once, leaving no time for real discussion, public comment, or meaningful oversight. That is not transparency, it is avoidance. But that's okay, residents are paying attention, and for those of you who want a deeper breakdown of tonight's agenda and the patterns we keep seeing, I will be writing about it on my Substack account. Go to substack.com, search for the Township Files, and I should have something up there within a couple of days. Thank you. Here, in case you want to refer to it during the meeting.
Yes, Scott?
Before you start my time, is the
Oh,
second,
sorry. No, I didn't.
the second round of comments is going to be after we do the agenda items, after the lawyer, you're going to move the public comment slot to the other two. That's a question I want to ask before I start making comments. Public comments should come after the other two agenda items you added. All right, I'll agree with Jeanette on this open burning ordinance amendments. We should have a public hearing on it. If anything's mentioned, the public should be able to make comments on it. Should some amendments as well. All right, getting back to what Sarah was saying here earlier for her agenda items, I agree that we have to be a little bit more open and even on all this stuff. People should be able to put their suggestions in. We had an election here for change. we all in this room voted for change. And we didn't want this office run by 3, we wanted it run by 7. Okay, that's why we had an election. People were mad. So, and I made my comments, and I know I got a little bit of a tip this week to one person in the office, and I hope it doesn't happen again. I think we got to respect every trustee and let them put their agenda items in, whether we agree with them or not, and you guys vote on them, and we'll go from there. I hope in the future that everybody, you're not going to agree on everything, but at least talk. At least let everybody get their opinions out there. And I really feel strongly, I don't want enemies in the office or on the street. I said, we all worked for this in the beginning. Okay, so getting back to this, what, I don't know what that lady's name is, I didn't get it. We want things done equally in this township, she's right. And you should be held accountable for what you say. I mean, there's been plenty of times I said the JC comment or BS comment. I mean, I'm not gonna, we've been through a lot of stuff here, and people speak out. I mean, it's hard when I try to control it, but I remember my grandfather was on the board, and he was very Christian. And that GC that came out quite a bit in the BS, that's just the person he was. And you knew he was a good hardcore Christian. So I'm not gonna hold that against anybody for this frustration going out. If it's anything worse than that, then you should apologize. But we got a lot of things to do in this township, and we're talking about accountability. My biggest problem is accountability. You guys are talking about these lawsuits. We want to get them out there. We want to get the people to know what happened. I still like to have a question. I know there's a couple, like I talked to Steve Bissell and I talked to John Stevenson online about that issue with the lot next door here, Chuck, and I still don't understand what happened over there. And no one's really explained it to the people here. I mean, I'm still upset about it, so maybe one day you could explain it to the township, because it does feel like some shady deals went on. So, to me, I don't know, I can't prove that. So, but in the ending, if we're going to be accountable for lawsuits, and if you lose a lawsuit, you should pay the taxpayers back.
Anyone else? Sure, Jim.
I just wanted to agree with Jeanette. I remember the meeting with Noah Swartz about the fire, and one thing you guys all seemed to agree on was no one knew the fire ordinance or was familiar enough. And I don't know how many of you said we need to revisit this, and it's never been revisited. And here we are. Someone came up with some amendments. That's what's supposed to happen in here. So it seems to me someone thinks they're supposed to make all of the decisions and just present that to everyone and they go along with it. I don't understand. I think I understand the process. It seems you don't, because that should have been discussed here and brought up. And again, with this, I noticed on the agenda again, there's the whole Chris Rapetta versus Tyrone Township. No one wants to let that go. But I think I get what Chris is getting at. There was 2 other court cases, and that wasn't worth anyone's time to bring up. One with my neighbor Tim, one with Jeanette. And I don't know if it's maybe because you lost or what, but just come and tell the truth about those. Explain. You issued citations to innocent people. And then I've been gone, so I haven't been able at the meetings. I'm sure you missed me, Greg, but I get home and I have someone's litter is in my mailbox. So I don't know which one of you guys wants to take ownership of it, but if you're gonna put it in there, put my name on it, not just my wife's. So I'm gonna leave this for whoever owns it, and you can throw it in your trash because it ain't worthy of my trash can.
Anyone else? right, I'm going to close public remarks and move into unfinished business. Anybody have anything they think there's anything to bring up? So we'll,
Other than Greg, I'd like to once again bring up that, I'd like from, I've asked how many times, we've just, without any, resolution, I believe unfinished business, any business that we've been working on that's not completed. So that residents know what we're still working on and why. Because I mean, there's a lot of things, like they just mentioned, this burn thing. Well, we said we were going to revisit it, never knew about it, and boom, we got a new one we're going to try to vote on that nobody's seen. That should have been an unfinished business. It should have been there so the public knows what we're doing. I think all of the business that we're doing should be unfinished business until it's finished. Doesn't mean we have to spend a lot of time on it, but we should at least address it. Hey, yeah, we know it's out there. Yeah, we're still working on it. Give them an opportunity, because it's now an agenda item, to ask a question. Hey, where are we? How we doing, guys? What's going on? So, once again, I'm going to ask that we start putting all businesses not completed as unfinished business.
Since Dean brought it up, is there someone that can respond to that as to why, like, is there a reason why it's being made the way it is that we don't understand?
Yes, I'll explain it.
Thank you.
Simply put, unfinished business is not all of the board business that you have not completed for X amount of times. It's referencing the last board meeting. If you didn't complete the business at hand that was on the agenda, you move it forward under unfinished business.
Simple question then. And why wasn't the fire stuff on there? We talked about it. We said we were going to address it. It wasn't finished in that meeting. Is that not unfinished business then? As per your explanation right there?
It wasn't discussed at the last
It
meeting.
wasn't discussed
No,
at
it
the
was
last
just,
meeting.
it was never said, we talked about it, we had the thing, we all agreed, we need to discuss it.
Right.
We need to put it as an agenda item,
and that's what we're going to
and it
do.
wasn't on unfinished business for the next meeting.
It could be if we don't get this passed,
So,
But why wasn't it the last time we discussed
because
it?
it wasn't done.
Wait.
Now we have something to discuss.
Mr. Chairman, can I speak, please?
Yeah.
So I just want to explain that. I think there's some confusion over why that's on the agenda. It was not hidden from anyone. We agreed at the board table here that Greg would look into it, that he would discuss it with our planner, and the planner has been the one that made these amendments.
And the three fire chiefs.
Yes.
We've
But
been
this
working
is
on it
not
as a group.
coming to us.
Yeah, a group without any trustees.
Wait,
Here's
let me
your
finish.
chance.
Let me finish here. So it's on the agenda and it's in the packet for us to look at. We don't have to vote on it tonight. It's there for us to look at and decide, do we like this? Should we have something else? Where are we going with this? It's for your input. So we're all supposed to discuss it tonight and give your input on what you'd like to see there. Does that
Thank
make
you,
sense?
Pam.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're
Yeah,
all clear.
I-
It makes sense as to
That-
what you, but what doesn't make sense is, there's no documentation as to what you used for the basis to make this document.
Well, this was from our planner, the amendments are in blue.
The trustees have no documentation as to how this document was created. None. We're going to look at a document, and the problem is, we don't have any idea what you used for the basis for this document. I'm not saying they're right or wrong. I'm saying that there's nothing for us to look at. So we could go, okay, well, they're going to change this, and this is the information they used and why they're doing it.
I think, could we talk about that more when we get to that item? Thank you. And
It's once again a document brought to us, and we're supposed to just, yep, approve or disapprove.
No,
We're not
No,
asking
we're
you
not.
to.
I'm not
That's not what
asking.
we're doing.
nobody's asking you approve it or disapprove it.
It says
It's here
open
for
burning
discussion.
ordinance amendments. It's not, it
That's-
does not say approval.
And if it doesn't get passed, we'll do the changes and we'll put it under unfinished business.
For only one meeting.
And it disappears
and
then.
then it disappears. That's not the transparency we've been talking about, to be more transparent, is to keep it on until it's done.
Yeah. Hey.
So the board meetings are for the board to conduct important business. Audience members speaking are interrupting as we're trying to have this conversation. But
And
to
I appreciate that.
answer your question, Chris, okay, for example, we have changes that we want to see in there, or we have other input that we want on there. Then we would add that. It comes back to the board under unfinished business. Okay? If we're still not happy and we think of something else, we can move it to unfinished business at the next meeting for as long as we're working on it. But if we stop working on it, and let's say it has to go back to the planner, then it would not go under unfinished. It would come under new business, and we would begin the conversation again.
I understand that's the way it is. I think it's wrong, and I think it needs to change, and we should put it on a future agenda very soon so that we can talk about the reasons why, and that should change. That's my opinion.
The fire ordinance or the unfinished business?
Anything that we're working on.
Unfinished business,
Okay. Well, we can have those conversations. You know, and-
apparently not, because you're telling us this should only be for important things, and I think this is an important thing.
No, that is not what I'm saying. What I
Okay.
said is, never mind.
Yeah, you're not gonna
Okay.
they don't understand. Okay,
So
are we
I-
done? Are we set with?
Can I ask, can I make a quick motion then? Can I make a motion that we put that as an agenda item for the next meeting to discuss what we should put on unfinished business and how we, as a board, feels it should be handled?
I support that.
Well, I think we can add that where Sarah wanted to add, we're having a discussion on determining the best
Okay,
practices.
I have to say something because this is a perfect example. What I'm talking about in terms of forum for discussion-based decision-making would have been a perfect forum to have in place for this kind of a discussion where we have a broader issue that needs to be discussed over time in a work session or a committee of the whole, and it comes back to the board on repeat until it moves forward and it's ready for a board decision. So I know we don't have that in place. I wish that everybody on this board could take a deep breath for a minute. Okay? The good news is the fire ordinance is here. We're talking tonight about new forums. Change is sometimes slow and hard. And we're kind of stuck between this way things used to be thinking and how are we going to move the township forward effectively. So please, just a little bit of patience and respect, everybody. Okay? And let's see if we can
I've
get...
been 100% respectful,
I
and I
know.
don't appreciate being said that I'm not being respectful.
I wasn't directing that.
You said everybody, and that includes
I'm
me.
calling on
Please.
everybody. You, everybody, okay? Can we just function that way and get to the discussion so we can focus on the business of the township? Whether it's the fire ordinance or the next big thing we need to talk about. That is what I would really like to see happen for this board.
Okay. So we're going to get a good definition of what's unfinished business, and then
Have a discussion.
we'll use it properly and discuss it, yeah?
Appreciate that. Thank you. That's all I was asking.
New business.
Okay.
Number 1, fund balance policy discussion. Hello, Casey.
Good evening. In your packets, we included, obviously this conversation is based off of when the audit presentation was here. The board asked to look at our fund balance policies. So what we did is we went back, we looked at the one policy that currently the board had back from 2016, which is the committed fund balance that is currently on our audit. And then the next 2 pages in your packet, I went out and I was able, on the Government Finance Officers Association, this is their template that they suggest using for a fund balance policy. What it does is it does detail the different fund balance categories that actually are in our audit. So that's the policy that I brought forward to you guys to look at, review, discuss amongst yourself what you want to do with that policy. But that is what the documents are that are in your packet. A couple of quick things. So in the different categories, if you go to the next page for me, in the different categories, there are two items that would need, so obviously the committed fund balance, that takes board action to commit that fund balance. That is why the prior page is the 500,000 that back in 2016 was committed as a fund balance for expenses at the time. The other one that you do want to focus on is the assigned fund balance, and at that point in this template here, usually I would say it's usually the supervisor in this structure that would have the authority to assign the fund balances. So that's something in the policy. It says who you want to do that. So those are, like I said, this is the template from the GFOA as a good template to use for fund balance policy. And as I said, I brought it to you guys for review, discussion, how you guys see fit to mold it towards Tyrone Township.
All right.
This is in addition to the more thorough review, though, of the budget position by department and all this that we discussed a couple meetings ago, right?
Correct. This is the fund balance policy. So the township would take a look and say, this is what you can put in there. If you're like, hey, we think our unassigned fund balance should be X percentage, that's what this fund balance policy is. It also defines the different fund balances that are actually within your audit or within our financial statements here.
Okay, because I think that would be, I'll throw in my opinion, is that it'd be best served if we have the where are we on the budget discussion detail by department first, so that we can then have a better understanding of how the funds are being allocated across before we start saying we need to come up with a fund balance plan out sort of separate from that. That would be my vote, to have that discussion first and then revisit this and apply that kind of logic and thinking to it.
Okay, so this,
I mean, that's just my opinion.
Yeah, and
Would that
I
make
just,
sense to you?
yeah, it does. I just want to point out, this is more a policy. So I understand what you're saying about looking at the budget, and when that gets to that, if you'd rather discuss it at that point, but this is more of a policy on what the township determines.
Of course.
Like, for example, the assigned, who has the authority to assign. As I would say, in a normal township, that would be the supervisor. So that's where as you can see up on your forms, that's why it's blank, because it is a template that I pulled from the GFOA to use as a template. So yes, if that's a discussion you want to bring back when the budget comes, happy to do that.
Yeah, I was just looking for your
Yep.
opinion on
Yep.
if that's a better order, gives us more information than to have that policy discussion.
Yeah, I will say the budget will explain where the revenues and expenses are, and obviously what the ending fund balance. It won't really direct you who you want to have the authority to assign, or the different, some of the different fund balances up there, like the non-spendable. You're not gonna see that much but until the time of the audit, when we have it prepaid. So it's more of a governmental accounting term to say non-spendable. So what you're really looking at is that unassigned balance. And I would say now's the time to take a look at the 500,000 that was committed back in 2016. Is that still something that needs to be done at this point? And to uncommit that would take a board action at this point, because that is the level of committed fund balance.
Even though that resolution says just for that specific time period, we're carrying that 500,000 forward every year?
Until the board takes action to uncommit that, it is still committed per governmental standards, accounting standards, so.
Well, that's why I think, for me, who's not an accountant, even though I've had a lot of accounting and business classes, in relationship to where we are standing from a budget perspective and other things, would allow me to better make decisions and have a better discussion about a policy that would assign someone to commit funds or not, and things of that nature. That's just my 2 cents. Thank you for that.
Can I speak to this for just a second? My understanding too with fund balance, we had talked a little bit as a board with the audit presentation about what number is too high, what number is too low, what do we do if our numbers get too high in that general fund balance. And so I think part of this work is determining what those numbers are and where those funds go, should that situation occur, right? And I asked Jennifer a little bit today, I had a conversation with her briefly, but I'm going to say it here too, so everybody can hear it. I just would like to find, whether it's you or someone else, who are the professional resources that can help us determine those numbers. I would like that support as a trustee, because my understanding from the MTA classes is that there are a lot of variables that go into determining that. It's not a simple formula, it's not straightforward. And so where can the board look for resources in determining that?
Yes, so I guess I'll answer it the best I can. So I would say that was part of the reason you saw Joe's reaction when you guys asked him what percentage or what dollar amount.
Yeah, that was me.
Because there is no hard, fast percentage. It's really what the board sees as necessity. So and I would say even for myself, it would be looking at comparable townships and saying this is what they have, but yet again, a comparable, we are one of one. Every township municipality is one of one. So I'm happy to go through and grab some comparables or which townships we think are comparable, look where their fund balance sits, see what the percentages are. But at the end of the day, anything, and even if you go back to the GFOA website or the MGFOA, which is the Michigan chapter, they're gonna say whatever discretion of the board thinks is comfortable for them. So there is no really hard, fast rule, and I think that's why Joe answered the way he did when you asked him that question was.
But it would at least give us a better understanding for all of us that aren't
Sure.
accountants.
So I would say for me.
How these numbers are created, why they're created,
Yeah.
and to let us make a more educated decision on, because, I mean, let's face it, we're talking percentages, not numbers, and based on how big the number is, the percentage could be huge, it could be very small. And I'd like to, because again, I'm not an accountant, I don't pretend to be, don't even do my own checkbook, my wife doesn't. So, but I would like to be able to make an informed decision, and if we could have some comparables that we could look at, and then have somebody that when we have a question, we can call and go, hey, I'm looking at this and this, and I don't understand, can you tell me how these correlate, how these compare, what the difference is, if they even have any meaning to each other?
Sure. And I'm happy to compile some of those as well, so.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
On a related topic, I did ask the MTA about the contingency percentage that the township should hold, not to confuse it with a fund balance, but it's related, and that's the amount of cash on hand that the township should carry, which is similar to this discussion going on, but they said at one time the state of Michigan recommended, not by legislature or law, but recommended about 16.8% as a percentage. We've all learned that in our training, by the way, if those of us who went to the training. And but that's sort of been done away with or set aside in favor of approximately 2 months worth of operating expenses from a contingency plan perspective. That was the feedback I received from the MTA. But that does relate to how we're spending the money in the budget and how we have this big giant pile of unassigned funds and to the tune of 7.5 million from what we heard from the audit, and how we would then look at that and use it to for the sake of the people.
Sure.
So where do we want to go from here then? You're going to look at comparable townships and what they do? Is that
I can
correct?
compile that and get it to you guys, when I find the comparables, but like I said, it is going to be, and maybe it is better during the budget time frame. We talk about it and say, this is where we're at, this is what we want to have as a percentage, and that's, the other thing is it's going to be a guide with the percentage, right? Sometimes you might be over, you might be less. It's what you're really shooting for as a policy to make you feel safe as a township board, that there's enough resources there to pay your bills.
I think we need to think too about where those funds are going if they get past that tipping point and reinvesting back in the community, whether that's infrastructure or making sure we have enough to plan for emergencies. Those kinds of things need to be factors in that discussion.
I think if you could also, perhaps, if there's a way to find out if there are guidance examples that you could give a board, at least myself, that could help guide my thinking about those decisions, just examples, even though they wouldn't be decision points, but, you know, a use case kind of thing that in some of these townships, as you're investigating and gathering that data, here might be the reason why they chose to do this as an example that could help us in our thought process.
Sure, and I can look and see if there's any other fund balance policies that certain townships, once the list of comparables
Yeah.
comes up, to see if any of them have it posted. Now, they might not, but if they do, I'll grab them and we can
That'd be
look at them.
Great examples of the existing
Sure.
things, yeah.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
All right? Can we close number one then? And that would go under unfinished business.
We finally have one.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Casey.
Thank you. All right, let's move into the new business number 2.
I'll stay up,
Budget
I'll stay up here for this one as well. All right.
Yes, sir.
So this one, obviously, our budget is approved before April 1st each year. As we continue to monitor, which was in, I believe, the communications, we send you guys monthly or, you know, monitoring reports. As we start to look, and our legal level of budgeting is at the department or function level for that. So as we start to see certain functions kind of creeping up there before we get to the end of the year, we bring budget amendments. So this is the first budget amendment of the year. It's just some items that we're saying, hey, they're kind of getting higher, let's adjust those up so that we're still within our budget. There will still be a final end of the year budget. There might be another amendment between now and then, but these items are ones that just started to creep up, and just recommending that we amend the budget up on those.
Is there any reason or driving them? I mean, obviously, more court cases you have would drive legal fees. What about the health and dental insurance?
That the bills are up, so whatever and reminder, when we do the original budget, that's back in February. So if things change between now, what is that, 9 months ago? That's what we're seeing. We're seeing the bills coming in, and that's our recommendation, that we should increase the budget for that line item.
So they weren't a flat rate for the year when we approved the health insurance for the employees and whatnot. That wasn't a fixed cost for the year. That's a variable cost.
And it is a fixed cost. It can determine on who's on the insurance, off the insurance. Like I said, this was done as a projection back in February, so that's the other thing with budgets. It's a projection at the point in time. So that's why we continue to monitor, give you guys the reports and say, hey, this is what we're noticing. We're paying the bills now. The bills are a little bit higher than what we had anticipated 9 months ago, and that's why we asked for budget amendments.
So what you're saying in health, like the health and dental, for instance, we've added more people?
Yes, Greg was added to the policy, and so was I.
So
Yeah,
just
so,
more people,
yeah,
so the policy.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
trying to
just
understand.
need a reason, just to.
Yeah.
That's it,
Yeah.
yeah, okay. Yeah. And the legal fees ordinance, I'm assuming is that court cases first?
Correct.
Enforcement of
Yep.
ordinances?
And like I said, this is the first amendment. We might have one, if something comes down, we might have one in a month from now. But I know we'll have one right before year end. So before March 31st, I'll bring another one back that will have more than this on it to adjust. But we always do that. Try and get out in front of it if we see things coming.
I'll make a motion to approve the budget amendment as presented.
Support.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries.
All right, thank you, guys. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Casey? All right, new business number 3. I have worked on this with our planner, Mario Ortega, and I have worked on it with the 3 fire chiefs that we're contracted with. I have to tell you that Fenton Township does not have an open burn policy. It is not allowed, period. The city of Fenton, same thing. No open burning, period. So you will notice in this document that I referred to, or I should say the ordinance refers to, the Heartland Deerfield Fire Authority a couple of times for open burn, what's the word I need? Whether it's allowed, whether it's a burn ban on or not, on their website. I will also tell you that this ordinance, there are, when the fire department is called to your open burn, they will be looking for 3 things. They will look for whether you are being a nuisance, and that is defined in here. They will be looking for whether you are capable of keeping that fire under control. Now, I heard Noah being brought up again. We gave him a reduced fee. We shouldn't have, because he did not have it under control. They will also be looking for whether you are burning legitimate material. And that means logs and trees, brush, not construction material, tires, even grass and leaves, unless you have certain acreage, which is spelled out in this ordinance. We do not have to approve this ordinance. You can add or subtract or have it go back to the fire chiefs and Mario and myself, and we will go back and work on it some more. But this was the first rough draft, and believe me, it took some time to put together, obviously. Just like the road ordinance. I haven't even really started on that with Mario. I don't know if you guys realize it, but I can't snap my fingers and have Chuck jump on my stuff right away, or Mario, or Phil for that matter. The township contract employees are just that. So it takes time. If I've learned anything in this job this past year, government moves slow. It's not like private industry, believe me. And it's certainly not like the places I've worked. But here it is. You can see in blue and red what's been crossed out, what's been added. Again, we've went back and forth several times on, on these things. And I don't know, I think it's pretty good. That's why I'm here with it.
I'd like to make a motion that we take this specific one and move it to a workshop where, because the original requests that everybody agreed on in this board were to have the fire chiefs come in and talk to the board, not to have you go off and craft this without the board having the discussions through the process and whatnot. I think this would be a great candidate for us to be workshopping, and maybe even set up a special meeting to do that and bring in the appropriate people so that we can all ask questions of how, the thought processes and things of that nature. I certainly won't vote on this today because there's too much here and there's been zero discussion about it, so.
Hey, Bob, can you come up for a second, please? You have any questions for the fire? Because Bob's here as fire chief to answer any of your questions. And I
It's
think
premature.
I think he can speak for Adam Carroll and Ryan Bowles, the other two fire chiefs. I didn't ask Mario to be here because Mario will do what we ask him to do.
But, okay, for instance, Greg, this property owner is a residential for Heartland Deerfield Fire Authority website to determine burn banning is in effect. Well,
Yeah, it's right on their website.
right.
It says right on it.
I'm pretty sure if Fenton has a burn ban going on, or another township does, that we butt up against, we should have to look.
Again, you're not going to Fenton because they don't have a
They don't have
open
an
burn
open burn.
policy, period. They don't have it. They don't have an open burn policy.
So to clarify, yeah, open burning and recreational burning are two different things.
Right,
Exactly.
Both the city of Fenton and Fenton Township do allow recreational burning.
which if there's a burn ban on,
Correct.
does include Fenton.
We would post on our
Right.
website, correct.
So, again, we're
But, yeah,
specifically.
we only allow
but
recreational burning.
all I'm saying is, Heartland might not have the burn ban going on, but Fenton may. And if I'm up on Heartland Road, at the city, or at the edge of the city limits,
So your township should have a burn ban in whole, not by each coverage area.
Okay.
It's
So-
for your entire township. It
So
shouldn't.
we should be-
Now, whether,
Yeah.
in past, it's been one of the chiefs, Fenton Township, Heartland, or myself, to reach out and say, it's time we put one in place. When we say that, it's for all three areas. It's not just one section.
and I agree 100%, and that's what I'm saying. I don't think it should say that they should be going to Heartland, to Deerfield Fire Authority to find out whether there's a burn ban. We should have our own burn ban website, or on our website that says, if you're living in Tyrone Township, you log on here, if it says burn ban, somebody's got one that affects you, and
Yeah.
you shouldn't be doing it.
I would agree on that because that's where your burn ordinance is located. All of your rules for that ordinance are on your website. And I would agree with that. I think it should be on
This is just one
yours.
of many things
I don't know if there's
that-
another, the problem you also have
No.
with your website is you have a Monday through Thursday, staff. So
We have a whole conversation.
most burning happens Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Right.
So the website has to be updated by somebody in live time. That's the issue we have. When we do it, we put it out on social media, we do whatever we can, but it has to be live. So when you don't have somebody in the office on Friday, there has to be some way to figure that out. But yeah, we try to post on all of them. When we're in the city, and there's one in Tyrone, we post it on ours as well, because so many people, when you live in Fenton, it can be in 3 counties. So, yeah, I would say you definitely need to have it listed on your site. Just to clarify, Supervisor Carnes, and we met with the three chiefs multiple times, we've talked multiple times. This is a pretty typical way for this type of work to happen. As a board, you task to your administrative staff in the city, it's the department heads and our city manager here, your supervisor, whoever, and whether the treasurer and the clerk are involved or whoever, like your planner. Typically, your board wants them to do all the work and bring a product to board to say, here's what we recommend. And I speak just from the city side of our board, when we as our city manager, which would be the comparable to the township supervisor, and a department head bring something to the board for approval, we bring a recommendation. We say, we've worked on it, we've put a ton of time into it, here's what we're recommending. Now, you all look at it and review it and say, we'd like to make these changes, like Mr. Haas just mentioned, making that change, and then move forward. If it's a large issue, taking it to a work session is appropriate, that's fine. But typically, your administrative staff should be the ones putting in all the work for you to bring it to the board to look at. That's how we do it. Most of the time, as a board members, you don't want to spend all your time working on ordinances and zoning and code enforcement and things like that. You look to your administration to bring the recommendation to you with that work already being done. And that's what I think has happened with the burn ordinances. There's been a ton of time put into it, presented to you tonight for comment, to then bring back whether it has to go to public hearing or not for ordinance change and update, things like that at the next meeting. That would be the typical process, but if you have other questions too, I can be glad to answer.
And again, one of my comments you said before is the problem I have with this is what we had no basis for where this, we didn't know that 3 fire chiefs, and so we're included because it wasn't in our packet. We had no clue where this came from, how it was created, how it was developed, none whatsoever coming into this meeting.
Sure.
I think we all asked Greg to work on this at other meetings. I've had ample time to look over it. I did suggest a couple spellings that were wrong. I did suggest that we put the mapping back in. I think giving the board members a chance to all review it and say, okay, I like this, but I don't like this. I don't know. I don't know where the mass confusion is. And I do appreciate the officers, fire chiefs, and Mario and Greg working on this and getting it tightened up.
Mr. Chairman, can I speak for a minute?
Sure, please.
I just wanted to clarify to everyone, I've heard it a couple times of where did this come from? This is our original that we began with. So the changes, there's blue and red, that's 2 different editors. One was Greg, one was the planner, with input from the 3 fire chiefs. So I just wanted to clarify that we had this is our burn ordinance. We are changing, altering it to better suit the township.
Well, we're trying to make it clear. The whole thing was to clarify it more, because it had a lot of stuff in here that, as you can see, most of it has been lined out because it's redundant or really not, it just doesn't pertain. So again, we don't have to vote on it. One of you can step up and work on it if you'd like. I mean, it's fine by me. I'm okay.
I have a question.
I'm easy. You want to work on it, Dean? You want to take it from here and work on it some more? Cool. Good job.
I have a question, please.
Yeah.
One, I do appreciate that the lines are there so we can see what was there before. That
Yeah.
was something
Well,
that I asked for, so
that's
thank
what
you
we
for
were
doing
trying to
that.
do.
And I just want to make sure, though, we charge our residents only if, we charge our residents for the fire run only if they are operating outside of our ordinance, correct?
That is correct.
And the changes here do significantly clean this up and make it a little easier to understand, but there's nothing we're changing that changes the fact that if they're operating outside of our ordinance, they're still going to get charged for the fire runs, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Correct.
Okay,
Because they're violating the ordinance.
right, okay.
I guess too, another thing is, this recreation fire, a small outdoor fire, who determines what a small fire is?
Fire chiefs.
If I've got a burn pit that's 6 foot diameter and it's 3 foot high and it's built of a brick, and I'm throwing logs in there to burn them, and we're all sitting around on a lake and campfire. Some people wouldn't call that a small fire. Yet it's perfectly contained, more so than most people would do. But again, it's not small. Most people wouldn't consider it small. I guess I'd like to have a better
So in
definition of what a.
section 7.1.7, it identifies that. Outdoor recreational fires are allowed if they do not cause a nuisance. The fuel of the fire must be 3 feet or less in diameter and 2 feet or less in height. And then it.
And it's
distance
gotta
from
be
the structure.
25 feet from your,
It doesn't spell out whether it has to be in a ring or a pit or anything like
No.
that, but it does give you the 3 foot by 2 foot is the typical standard for recreational fire, pretty much across most places for ordinances is that size. What we try to tell everybody that we interact with is, think of when you go to a state park and you go into a campground, that's what's allowed. Clean, dry wood in a small pit, that's what's, in a contained pit, that's what's allowed. That's what we try to,
Can we simply, in the front here, where it says small fire, change that, or put in a parentheses, C, that, so that they understand what is classified as a small fire? So here, reference this 1.7,
where's he at?
or what is it, wherever that was at.
Definitions?
Yes.
7.17.
Yeah, 7.17, reference 7.17 in a parentheses, so they know what is classified as a small. So there's no question, they said, well, I thought it was small. Well, did you look at this? Well, gee, no, I just thought I was having a small fire. Again, I'm just trying to make sure we have all the clarity for the people, so when we come in and we're charging them for a fire run, they fully understood what the rules were.
So what you'd like to see is, after it says small, just a parentheses,
Yep.
and then
And just
C
reference-
7.1.7.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, that way there's no question as to what is classified as a small fire.
Perfect.
Or a recreation fire.
Can leave that.
Has there been any discussion about what we can do as a township to better educate the people about what they can and cannot do? I mean, I know we have the ordinance and the expectation is that they read the ordinance. I don't know, we used to do the burn permit thing. It seems, my teacher mind thinks like we could scaffold it somehow and simplify, I don't know, a graphic, something, maybe just food for thought. But if there's a way we can bridge the gap, just the thought I have. I don't know.
I agree,
Were we
Sarah.
just expecting them to
Maybe
read it,
even
know
like-
it, and
Maybe
bill
even
them
like
when they mess
an
up?
online burn permit, it's free, but it's online, and in order to get it, you have to
Read
show
the
that you
ordinance.
reference the ordinance.
Something.
Something like that on our website that says, okay, I'm gonna go in, I want a burn permit for this day, because obviously they're not open Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and it's free. But in order to submit that you asked for a burn permit, you have to reference the actual ordinance and look at it.
so your township had a burn permit policy in place, and the reason that we went away from that was because of the cumbersome and headaches it brought it on top of.
And we were
I get-
charged.
yeah,
We were charged.
Well, yeah, it was a nominal
It's
$5.
But we
yeah.
were still charging.
Most places have gone away. There are some that still do educational permits, learn before you burn type thing. That's a choice that you can make. It's, on our end, we don't want permits because it doesn't change what we do and whether we have to go out or not. So that's the only problem. And I get the education side that it forces them to
Forces
correct.
them to look at the ordinance. They can't say, I didn't know.
Correct. Yeah,
That's all I want, that's all I want to be able to do is go.
And to be honest,
"Hey,
whenever
what's
we're.
going on? What it is, yep, I'm gonna do it, and I had to look at this,
We try to educate as much as we can. When I'm driving around and, I live in the township, when I drive around and we see people, I say, make sure you go to the township website and understand your burning rules. Because you don't want a $1,500 bill. Usually that's when people go look it up.
Right.
Most people don't look before they burn. Everybody thinks they can just burn. Learning what your rules are, and that's not just Tyrone Township, that's any township in a municipality. We tell everybody, look for your municipality, what your rules are, because they vary from every single one, the rules differ. So you have to know where you're burning and what those rules are.
We do put a reminder on the
On the
newsletters,
newsletter.
Okay.
There's,
both newsletters.
there's also another option. I mean, it would cost us something, but perhaps something like a little postcard mailed to every resident stating where you can find this ordinance on our website, and, a few key reminders on there. Also, when people do move into the township and they come in for their title transfers and that, they do receive that information as well. So new residents get it, but a lot of times it's residents that have been here for some time.
So I'm hearing, correct me if I'm not hearing correctly, 7.1.14. What exactly do you want that to say now? Or do, or be? I mean, and this permit, or whatever it is, that
I think that's something we should have some discussion about.
I've read we're also gonna have to talk to the website.
Well,
IT.
yeah, I mean, so I guess some things for us to consider is if you want it on their website, we have to consider one, when is the timing of that? If a burn ban is placed into effect on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, we're not here. So how do we handle that? You know, what's a good solution for that?
I think that's why we had decided to put it to Heartland, because
That's-
they're
Exactly.
maintained
They're on.
24/7.
Exactly, so.
And you can call them too, on their answering machine.
They have,
I know we took it off, but I talked to Adam, he said, oh, you could have left that on.
yeah.
We update the voicemail when you call. So,
I have a question for you. So how often would, and maybe you don't know this, but let's say Heartland has a burn ban. Do you also have one? Is it typical that they coincide?
Typically, yeah. I mean, we're close enough in the area that typically, as conditions start to warrant, we all are starting to look. Those that have open burning are a little more probably quicker to pull the trigger
yeah.
because they have a
Sure.
bigger issue. So a town, I'm assuming Heartland still allows open burning, so they probably are looking at it quicker than we are because we only allow recreational burn, so, and obviously we're a city, so we have a little less issue with it, but yeah, typically we're all, and just so everybody understands, in the state of Michigan, the northern part of the lower peninsula is governed by the DNR, and you have to get burn permits through the DNR. Below, and some people laugh, but the old rifle line for deer hunting, if you're above that, the old line where rifle was allowed, you had to get a permit from the DNR. Below that, it's by local municipality. But you'll see notifications go out that the governor of the state of Michigan's put out a burn ban. That is only for those areas that are controlled by the DNR permits, not in southeast Michigan or the southern part of Michigan. That is governed by your local municipality. So even though the governor puts out there's a statewide burn ban, technically that does not affect your township. You still have control of that because you issue the permits or have your local ordinance. So
I have another question, maybe you can answer. Where did the 3 acre for parcels for open burn come from? Who determined 3 acres was the magic number that says, if you got 3 acres, you're good to go. If you've got 2.8, you're done?
to be honest, I can't answer that question. I'm not sure. I don't know if that went back with the zoning because it also pertained to the different zoning
So
districts
it's something
as
we
well.
didn't turn, I just,
Yeah.
and the other thing, because you can open burn leaves, grass clippings, April 1st through May 31st.
Only in certain areas.
Well, yeah, I know, because of course you can't around lakes, but.
Yeah, and those time was so that people didn't burn grass and leaves year round.
Right.
Because those times of the year, it's more nuisance smoke than any other time. So it was to limit the time you could do it.
So those are things that we could look at. I mean, obviously, the dates, I understand, fall and spring cleanups. But the 3 acres, again, I'd like to know who, why, where.
Yeah, honestly, I think from my memory, it was something tied with also with the zoning and maybe the average size of the lots or something. I don't remember.
Because, I mean, I don't know, a lot of, and again, maybe that needs something we do need to change because we have changed some of our zoning as far as, I guess I'd like to look at that too. Right. Change, if there's a real logical reason, says 3 acres is the right amount, but, that's a lot of land just to be able to do an open burn. I mean, 1 acre parcels is a pretty good sized thing. And maybe it's because they figure 3 acres, if it does get out of hand, that gives them enough time to get response without going to somebody else. I don't know, I'm asking the question, no clue. But I'd like to kind of figure out where that, and where it came from. Because, again, it probably made sense to somebody, but I'd like to figure out how. And so, because somebody's going to ask us the question, I want to be able to have a legitimate answer. It's just, hey, it's 3 acres because, again, hey, if you lose control of it, you're center of it, if you got 3 acres, you're not going to burn somebody else's house down, you're not going to burn somebody else's property. It's your property. And, you know, it's contained within it. I don't know.
Well, Don is here, maybe he has some insight of where that 3 acres come from.
No.
No?
I guess, Greg, I'd really like an opportunity to look at this a little bit more. Can we put this off until?
Let's-
And I apologize, I've had a lot of things
No,
going on.
this is fine.
I didn't have enough time to really, I mean,
It's
I
fine.
went through some of it, but I'd really like an opportunity.
But again, I think you need to go back and look at the 3 acres. That is just for leaves and grass, okay? You realize that. You realize that, and maybe that's not clear enough. Read 7.1.2. It's
Well, it's called an open burning of
leaves and grass, not brush. You could burn brush on your 1 acre lot, as long as you met
Well,
all
but
the other
that's,
criteria.
again, that's not what we told the last gentleman. He said, we told him, he was burning wood, and he lost control of it, and we said one of the reasons he had to pay is because he had less than 3 acres. That's what I was going by, Greg.
Yeah.
So, and if that's true, then we were wrong in assuming that,
I don't
if
think
it's
that's
only for
correct.
leaves and grass.
Yeah, the 3 acres, the way your ordinance has been written and it is written currently is
Yeah,
only pertains to leaves and grass. And I think that's what when I was saying that it pertains to the zoning is because when you start burning leaves and grass on smaller lot sizes, so even if you're in a zoning district that allows it, but you have 1 acre lot sizes, the number of complaints will go up.
The chances are you're not gonna meet you're gonna be a nuisance.
Correct. And that's why I was saying it was tied to the zoning
You're gonna be a
mapping
nuisance.
because of if your size of your lot is small enough. If you're in a
Yeah.
condensed residential area of a larger zoning district, you're gonna
I
have neighbor
guess,
complaints. That's what it
My
boils down to.
understanding is that you or I could burn brush, even though we don't have 3 acres. Now, can we burn leaves? No.
Yeah.
Can we burn grass clippings? No.
Yeah, so part of that is, like I said, it relates to nuisance complaints. That's why the neighborhoods were eliminated. That's why we recommended the whole removal of refuse burning, because that's one of the number
Oh,
one complaints.
yeah.
So you have an avenue to get rid of your garbage, you don't need to burn it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
So you want us to review it, and we'll have it on the next agenda, and everybody can state what they want?
Well, if Dean made a motion to do it, I'll support it.
Well,
I don't think.
wait, I want to know what needs to be fixed so that I can fix it.
So what
We're
we're
having-
That's what I'm asking, give me an opportunity, I'll mark it up.
Oh,
And I'll
okay.
send it back to you, okay?
Okay.
That's all I'm asking, and I'll
Okay.
send you, and everybody else can do the same. I will, give me
Okay.
a couple days, and I will get this marked up.
That's good.
And with either
Just email
a
it.
change or a question, if I have a
Yeah.
question, and I'll get it to you.
Perfect.
So,
All right.
and I think everybody on the board should do
Yeah, that's-
likewise. Go through it. If you
That's
have
what it's for.
something, questions or changes, then email it. Of course, we're not going to
call me.
respond to one another, but email it to Greg, and then
I can talk
he can talk
to
with
the fire
his
chiefs
people,
and Mario and make sure we get it.
and then we can bring it back to the next board meeting under old business.
I'll have
Unfinished.
Or unfinished business.
I'll have my draft to you by the
Yes.
first week, Greg,
That's
okay.
fine, that's good. All
Okay,
right.
that's what we'll do.
Appreciate that, thank you.
Easy
Thank you.
peasy.
Thank you, Bob.
Yep, you're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so we are going to move this to unfinished business. December 2 meeting. Okay. There's two things on unfinished business. All right, moving on to new business number 4. Fire dry well contract selection. Bill is here.
Good evening, Board.
Hi there.
Hi, Phil.
Phil, are these the same two contractors that we saw from the last time? They haven't changed or anything?
No,
I didn't go back to my other packet, that's what I was asking.
they're the same two. I did talk to both of them. Neither of them have the consumers drop in their bids. They did confirm that. So that's an additional amount. Doing some research on that, I would recommend we budget 40 to 45,000 for that. I mean, until we pick a pump, until we get more detail and get the process started, we won't know for sure.
And
But I
that's
think that's a safe number.
pretty conservative with your 40
It's
to
a conservative
45.
number. We just did one last year. It was 30,000 for it. So, I mean, it's a little conservative, but I would rather be conservative at this point, and because of some unknowns that we have on
And
it.
I did see some in Davisburg that were in the $30,000 range.
Yeah. So I'm pretty comfortable at 40 to 45 with a budget for that. So that would be on top of any bid cost. And then I looked up a couple usage. Rose Township, who has something very similar from what I could tell from their expenditures, they're spending about $45 a month on this from an electrical charge from consumers. It's not a lot. Depends on if you have a lot of fires, I guess.
Would you use it?
But, you know, you're just gonna get a minimum use charge, basically a month from consumers for it.
If it was $45, it's a meter cost.
Yeah, pretty much.
No usage.
Not a lot of usage, no. Which you don't need to test it maybe once a quarter, and you don't need to run it for very long, so you're not gonna do that. So even there, I would say that's $550 a year roughly. If you wanted to budget $2,000, you know, basically be conservative and budget it, I think that'll cover your use for a year,
Yeah.
under normal circumstances.
And they have gravel, so they don't need lawn, they don't need mowing or anything, right?
Correct. You might, once or twice a year, knock some of the weeds down around it just to make it better, but there's a gravel path going up to the pump controls they can use and for the connection, and so it doesn't require a lot of maintenance.
Who would do the maintenance as far as the snow removal? I mean, obviously, if there's a path to get to it, we're gonna have to keep that open reasonable amount of times per week, 1 week, 1 day a week, whatever, depending on weather. So we probably wanna budget something for some type of maintenance. For, again, knocking weeds down, keeping the snow removed, so they have access. I mean, last thing we need is somebody walking up there slipping on ice. And
We can always ask, like we have shoemakers do our parking lot, and they do our special
Yeah.
road maintenance ones, and then we can ask Mr. Murphy, who does our lawn, if he can swing by.
Again, I'm just saying we probably need to.
We
need to budget some money.
Some
Well,
maintenance costs.
A little bit.
This was expected at this meeting because we have been asking for several meetings now to have all of the other non-bid items to be documented and presented to this board, including the maintenance and the supplementals, any other costs, like if there's electricity costs that we have, that needs to be documented. We all agreed that that would happen. And so I'm looking for that before we vote on these well drilling companies. I want to know what the full package looks like. And I think that's what everybody agreed on. But we don't see it again. It's not here again, so when can we get that?
I think we just discussed about it, Chris.
It's not about discussing it,
It's
it's putting
40
it down
to-
on a piece of paper
It's 40
so
to
that we can review it. This
45,000.
isn't hard. This is simply just putting down all those incidentals that we just discussed onto a piece of paper that it's included with looking at it so the public has a knowledge that we're going to incur $5 a month for the rest of our lives to support this, or is it 500? I don't really know.
So
That's all I'm
you
asking.
can't pick Ed Burkmeyer or Brown Drilling.
I would like to know the full cost, as I've mentioned, and every time we've discussed this, but it seems to be ignored, and I'm not happy about that it's ignored, because every time we get promised, okay, we'll do that, and guess what? Here we are again, not doing something. That's not the right way to have transparency. Someone needs to own the action item to put that list together, one pager, with those incidentals and costs. That's all I'm asking for. It's not rocket science, and as our fire chief said, if that's something that the administrative staff can put together, let's assign it to somebody, get that done.
Could I make a suggestion that perhaps the maintenance costs be discussed more specifically with budget conversations, and that we consider a vote on this before these bids continue to go up, because this thing is so far past due. I'm concerned about the price tag at this point, and I think the maintenance costs are gonna be minimal compared to the expense of waiting to move the bid forward. So I hear what you're saying, Chris. Could we incorporate that somehow into our budget discussion and move the bids forward?
If we had a budget discussion, I would say that would probably be okay, but that's probably going to be in March.
Well, it can't be by resolution.
Yeah, but they ignored the resolution
Well,
last year.
We're gonna work
Sarah,
on
so
supporting each other to remember.
I just don't have confidence with the promises made and not kept on this item, and I'd like to see what that is.
Can we vote on it right now?
Well, I have one more Phil question, or maybe someone on the board can answer. This is not my area of expertise when I look at all this data and these pieces and parts, but what, in layman's terms, would be the difference in the price tag, the total price tag between these two bids? Are we choosing something lesser by choosing the lower bid necessarily, in your opinion?
No, the bid they submitted meets the spec.
And it's apples to apples, so either way, we're gonna end up paying the consumer's bill on top of whatever bid we approve. Okay.
Phil, do you have a recommendation? Either one of you worked with either Brown or the other one?
No, not directly with Burkmeyer, but I looked through their submittal, their package seems fine. They seem very qualified to do the job. I would recommend you go with a low bid, because I don't see anything in here that would disqualify that. That's why you do the low bid process.
Even though well two is $34,000 more in the Brown Drilling bid, it's the same. Well two is spec-wise.
Yeah, you can't speculate where they put their money in the bids. You give them the items, they put their money where they feel it's appropriate.
Now, how important is well one, the test well? I mean, we could save $13,000 if we didn't waste the time on the test well.
Or you can waste the cost of the second well if there's nothing
I
there.
didn't say that.
Correct, that's,
I mean,
it's,
I get that.
2 inches is a lot cheaper than 6.
it's
I get
a
that.
risk thing, you know,
Yeah.
that reduces the risk, because as Mr. Haas mentioned,
Yep.
you're drilling the small well as a test well to see if we can get the gallons per minute that we want out of this. And if you can't, you only wasted the test well amount of money. Or, you know, we could look at maybe 2 wells or whatever. You only invested a small amount of money. If you don't do the test well, you will not know what you're gonna get out of this well until you drill the big well. It's a bigger amount of money. And if it doesn't produce, that's the risk.
And let's talk about the second cost if it doesn't produce. Capping it off. You can't just leave it.
Possibly, you could look at a second well.
You know what I'm saying? If you put a 6-inch in and it doesn't produce any water, and it's not gonna do what you wanna do, you can't just leave it there.
Correct. You have to abandon it properly.
You have to abandon that well, and that's
Correct.
not cheap either.
No.
That's why
No,
you do 2-inch.
yes, it's a risk thing to get in at a lower cost to see if we're going to be where we want to be. And if you're not, you didn't invest as much. The removal of the small well is included in the bid, so they will take that out. It's already in there if it doesn't make it there, but it's not in the bigger well amount. So if you drill the bigger well and you don't hit it, they're going to charge you more to abandon it.
And we're talking about 13,000, that what the 2-inch was?
In the one bid, yes.
For
In the
Berkmeyer, it's
Berkmeyer.
13,000.
And Brown, 73.
That's a pretty cheap insurance policy.
I bring it up, yeah.
And Berkmeyer does have the other option, if you want to use the smaller single-phase pump. Pumps less, but it is an option. It saves you 19,000. So that would drop your cost to 79,000 roughly if you round it, but
it's also going to save a lot on the electrical side if it's single phase versus 3-phase.
it's an easier drop. It's less, yeah. It just pumps less.
Additional savings on top of the pump.
But
There's some additional
pumps
savings.
slower?
Yeah, it
Yeah.
pumps at 375 versus the 400.
I think when needed, they needed to pump at a faster pump.
Yeah.
We got a guy in the back that's an expert on that.
It's a matter of how long it takes to fill up their truck.
Right.
Yeah.
The 3-phase pump will fill it faster than the single phase.
And when a house is burning, every second counts.
Exactly. You know from experience.
Yeah.
I think if it was designed for 3-phase, there's a reason, and there's more reasons besides that. It's also longevity, consistency, less heat buildup. There's multiples that go with 3-phase versus single-phase.
Anybody else have any questions?
So these bids, this is, I guess I want to understand, do we have it set up for getting separate bids for the other? Or was this supposed to be a project bid?
This is a project.
If it's a project bid and that's where we set it up, it should have all costs.
It doesn't
If it's
have the
a-
consumer.
It should have, if it's a project bid, it should have all the costs, everything, top to bottom. Electrical, everything. If it's a bid only for the pump, the well itself,
I think that's what it was.
and that you're gonna put out for bid set something else, which you can't because it's consumers, but, you could, that would be a separate vote, that would be a separate packet, that would be separate. But if this is a project bid where we're bidding the whole project, we, as a board, I believe, should have all of the data at the time we approve it.
I think we as a board approved the bid ourselves. We approved the bid that we put out for this.
Yes.
Did we not?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying, so we
already
should
did that.
have all of the costs before we approve it.
But I
Because
don't
it
think
is
it was
a-
a project
No,
bid. It was a
we-
bid for the contractor to drill the well.
Okay,
That's what it was.
yeah, if it's just a well request, or that's what we voted on. Again, I guess I don't remember, it's been a while back.
We only asked them to bid the well, and the installation of the well. The consumers thing, they both said, look, we're not able to get that cost. And they're not gonna go through the process, because it's a process to get it. They're not gonna go through that process if they're not gonna get awarded the job.
So the only unknown we have for is the consumer thing, or maintenance, which is stone, or snow plowing, which is a small area, and if it's gonna hold it up, it's at the end of my street, I'll do it for free.
And
So there's no cost there.
The snow plowing and the maintenance is not an engineering
I know,
thing.
it's
I
only gonna be
can't
like
get you costs
Maybe
on it.
$400 a year,
Yeah, it's peanuts.
yeah,
It-
just to have a small, Dean, what would be the maintenance, what would you guys, you and Chris brought up maintenance stuff, what are you questioning, like the maintenance on weeds? or-
All I'm saying is we have to put something in the budget for it,
Yeah.
because it's gonna have to be maintained, it's gonna have to be.
Right,
You know,
but like,
do you want, somebody at the fire department trying to go up to hook up to the well, and there's ice and they slip and fall? No,
I'm just saying.
We need to make sure.
I
that
know how
it's-
big it is, it's at the end of my street, I could give you that, you want it in writing what it would be.
I think we can budget for the maintenance costs. We can budget for that, we can
That's
talk
all I'm
about it
saying.
at that time.
Let's go ahead and
But
move
the
forward.
does anybody think that the maintenance costs are gonna change whether or not we need this for our community? Are those maintenance costs okay, then let's talk about it at the budget and move the project forward. That's my suggestion.
Well,
Thank you.
We can't do it in budget, we'll have to do it sooner than that, because we're gonna have to have the consumers portion. They can't finalize the well without the consumers. So we can't wait, it's not, that portion of it, and I'm not saying we shouldn't vote anyway, but I'm saying we can't wait till budget to discuss or vote on consumers, because
Well, I don't
they
think we-
can't finalize the well. in the
Right, I don't think we're
project
voting on
that they're bidding on.
consumers. I think he gave us an estimate. He's telling us that we can't get that information, so
Well,
I don't know.
I'd be willing to vote on these contractors under a contingency that at the next board meeting, we can have a simple document that expresses the anticipated estimated costs of the other things, like electricity and other stuff that we're going to incur. I think that's fair, and then it will give us something else to vote on that we can then, ensure that we're moving everything forward. That would be my recommendation.
You just want the estimates in writing? That,
Yes,
to the best of our
this is how we
knowledge?
operate.
But even if consumers can't give that to
they
us,
can, consumers can give you that. Greg could call the 800 number and request a quote for the township. It's that simple.
Phil, how many times have you tried calling consumers?
Get with me after the meeting, I'll give you a phone number of one of our designers. How's that?
Okay.
How about
I mean-
you get the quote?
I can't,
Why can't you?
I can't
Why can't you get the quote?
do that, it's conflict of interest.
Phil, what's the
They
timing,
won't-
what's the timing on this
Unfortunately, I
project?
would, Greg, but I
But-
can't,
but-
they won't come on to it.
It's
I can
up to
give
you
I can
guys.
get him a number and a contact of a great guy that does electrical.
I hope so.
So if the timing of this project is that once we vote to approve one of these contractors, and then they begin work, they start to source, they cut us a PO, we're ready, whatever that takes, right? And they start drilling, let's say, by December 15th. Then we need the rest of the stuff in place to allocate money, since we also talked about our finances earlier, and whatnot, to make sure that somebody's going and looking after slip and fall issues throughout the winter, clearing, whatever it might be. All those things have to be done. That's why I'm proposing that we do vote on this, but for the next meeting, we have the rest of the stuff so that we can move this forward, rather than this just becoming a spring or summer project and 2 houses burned down in the meantime. Not saying that would happen, or that I would desire that, but.
There's going to be some procurement time for some of this, so it'll take a little while for them to get to it. I would guess it's probably, the work itself doesn't take very long, but getting consumers ordered, getting that drop done, I would conservatively guess 3 to 4 months to get this done and completed with everything you have to wait for. Are the control panels readily available? How long do they take to get? Pumps aren't too bad right now. That stuff's pretty easy. Where are they at in their work schedule? I would probably guess at this point, 3 to 4 months to get it all the way through the process and done and working, operated, completed.
Greg, did you reach out to Marty Ness?
No.
The contact I gave you for
I-
consumers?
Yeah. I can't remember. I did call.
Did you pass it on to Phil?
Yeah.
I called him too.
Okay.
So I'm just waiting, phone
Okay.
tag, but.
Thanks.
Well, I mean, we've tried. We'll try again.
I just forwarded Greg a contact.
Yeah.
If you guys have worked together, if you have a problem with that, Greg, you let
Yep.
me know.
All right. I will.
But again, I can't personally do it, it's conflict of interest for me.
You entertain a motion on the bid approval?
I really would like to get Bert Meyer on board and then so we can get this thing off dead center, because the price
Yeah, and I think
is
we-
not going down.
Greg, I think Chris agreed that as long as we can get him something and some kind of a document that says, hey, this is what we think the cost can be by the next meeting, he's good.
The rest of the costs.
Do you want to state that motion, Chris, because you had the contingency?
I make a motion that we vote to, on one of the contractors with the contingency that a list is prepared for the other costs not related to these contractors for maintenance and any other costs, electricity, other things that we need to gather and then approve before this well installation goes in. That would be my
Such as
motion.
what? Are you talking about the lawn and grass trimming, snow removal? You want all those costs too?
Yes.
Well,
And
with
who's
all due
providing these?
respect, this is just, we're supposed to be picking a contractor.
Yes.
If we want all that other stuff, we can add it to a board agenda down the road.
That's what I'm
don't
asking
care.
for, add it to the next
But
board agenda.
That can't be part of, it
This
should not be
motion.
part of this motion. The
This-
motion we have to pass is which one are we selecting?
Yes.
Not with a laundry list of what we
Right.
want
It's,
with it.
It's a motion to
To either
retain
do one or
Berkmeyer
the other.
to perform
I
fire
don't-
dry well contract.
I don't think there's a restriction on adding a contingency to a motion. That's done all the time. I mean,
It is, but number one, who's doing it? Who's contacting these people?
well,
I
that's
get-
why it hasn't been done, right? Because nobody's done that yet.
Do you want a motion to vote on which contractor, that we can discuss this? That's all we're voting on, right, Chuck, is which contractor we're picking?
That's what's on the
That's what we
agenda.
should.
Yep, it has nothing to do with anything else.
But then let's clarify the follow-through. To Chris's point, who is following through? And when will it be brought back to the board? That's all he's looking for. And then you can motion on the bid. Is it going to be with budget discussions? Is the next board meeting, December 2nd, going to be enough time to hear back from consumers? Because I've worked with consumers. It's not fast.
We already have it. We already have it, 40 to 45K. You want me to write it on a piece of paper? I'll write it, it's a budget. It's a budget. It's a budget, 40 to 45K. You want me to write it on a paper? I will. You want the maintenance? We already talked about that. Electric, 40 a month, 45, would you say?
I would budget $2,000, but
Look, we,
a year.
For a year,
a year,
Yeah.
yeah.
just to be conservative.
Yeah, to cover the, possible weed trimming and snow
Well, that's just on the electrical.
removal and-
No, this is just the electricity.
That was
Oh,
electric. For
that's for
2,000.
electrical.
so
And that's a budget, 2,000. I'll write that on a piece of paper for
we
Chris.
need to be in a
And then-
habit with any project
For the snow
to
and
look
the
at the
grass, we'll
complete
do the same
costs of
thing.
all things to the
I
township.
mean, it's a budget.
I don't know why that's unreasonable, that we don't consider all things, not just the well portion, but everything in any project that we're doing and that we're voting on. We should have a documented, for the public's sake,
We
not
have a
just for
budget.
for the public's sake, that everybody can see, that includes all the things that we anticipate. This is how we should be doing it as a township, for full transparency.
All he's asking is for the next meeting.
I'll
That's
put
all
it
I'm
on a
asking.
piece of paper.
That's
I
all
will
I'm
do
asking.
that.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak. So
Okay.
this is something that I would take care of, contacting our contractors. The issue I have with this is that I can't get it done before the next meeting. So it can't be at the next.
Which meeting would you commit to
Um,
being able to do that?
The first one in January that we have. I can get it done by then.
Okay,
So I
We'll
have
probably
to
have an
ask,
answer from consumers by then, too.
And you and Phil are following up on that piece.
Correct.
Great.
We'll try again. It's 40, 45. What, Bob, you have something to add here?
Yeah, if I could, just to provide a little, hopefully save a little time for everybody. When we looked at that site, there was no snow removal needed. We looked at that site because, just like other hydrants that you have within the township and that have come off the city system, they don't get cleared. We are used to dealing with a fire hydrant type, which is basically what this is. It's a rural hydrant. We get through the snow. We would put a marker there. We put a hydrant marker sign. The only thing I would say you would probably want to add is, because you probably have a lawn mowing contract with somebody
Yes,
for your
we do.
township. add 2 weed treatments a year for the gravel.
Okay.
That they
There
would
you
treat
go.
the weeds spring and fall. That would be the only maintenance I would see.
Okay.
That was the reason we picked this location. It's on a road that gets plowed. If we can get the truck there, we can hook up to it, just like a fire hydrant. So if and when, I
Call me,
already
I'll
know
make
where you're
sure,
going with
yeah.
that. We're used to
That
dealing with
makes
that with our
it
hydrants too in subdivided, right, that's in the township. So that was why we picked that site, very little maintenance for it.
So
Like I
no-
said, weed
no-
treatment on that gravel twice a year is probably the only maintenance you need. And then obviously
The electric.
the electrical cost for the year. Yeah.
Well, thank you. That
Thank
saved
you.
a lot of
Yep.
time.
Thank you, Bob.
I tried to say the same. I had to plow the road.
That's what you just said.
Pam, do you have the motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion to retain Berkmeyer for the fire dry well contract installations.
So,
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. You get a hold of Ed and Berkmeyer and
Get the process
get
started.
get it started, and then you and I'll continue to nail down this consumer.
Well,
Well, we can send them the Berkmeyer stuff now.
Berkmeyer will do that.
Yeah.
They have to submit a form that has their pump draw on it. They'll
Perfect.
Take care of that.
Yeah,
That'll get that ball rolling.
they'll
Then
know
we'll get
all the
price from
particulars of the, yeah, perfect.
Thank you, Phil.
We'll actually be able to get a real proposal. Now,
But you can move to the restroom.
okay. So, new business number 5?
Yep.
Appointments to the Board of Review. We had one of the Board of Review members, she turned in her letter of formal resignation, Kim Veenstra. Thank you, Kim, if you're listening. Appreciate what you did. Her last day is December 1st. I am going to recommend Perry Green to fill her spot.
alternative, right?
Perry has served on the Planning Commission, and he also has been on the Board of Review as an alternate for about a year now. A licensed realtor for the last 8 years, and I'm positive he will represent the township with fairness and integrity. So Perry Green, he's agreed to do that. He is at a function at Rock Church, so no, he is not here.
Will we be able to get a copy of his resume or application for that position, as always, that you've required?
Yeah. We have a application. I do not have a formal resume from him, but I'm sure you'll put one together if you'd like.
Yeah, I'd like to know something about him.
Kind of nice to meet these people.
Yep.
That would be great.
I don't know Perry, but I am gonna say he was already the alternate for
Yeah.
Yes.
over a year, and they do have to take certain specific classes to even qualify to be part of the Board of Review. That's a new law.
Yep.
Yes.
And he does have that training. I don't know him or anything else about him. I'm just mentioning that he does have that.
Yes, he's already
Credential.
been through his Board of Review training.
Oh, yeah,
This is
he's been through
not
it.
a new individual.
No?
So I don't see any sense in that.
I mean, I make the recommendation.
I support it.
Based on, thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
All right, Perry. You are on.
And I'll have to tell you why, because I have no information about this person, and I've asked for it, and that's why I'm voting no, not because the person might not be a very good person or a good candidate, but I'd like to have information about the people that I place votes for. Thank you.
All right, I am also going to recommend John Orlando as the alternate, John sent me this in regards to his background. He's been retired since 2022. He worked in the 47 years in the printing and paper industry, various senior management, sales, marketing positions, and he's been in the township for 30 years. He's never served on a government position yet, but he is willing to go through the training, spend his time, and he's willing to serve the township with integrity and honesty.
So he's not qualified right now.
He probably has not taken the training, if that's what you
Right.
mean,
He has not taken
as I
the,
mentioned.
We don't pay for the training or send them to training until they're actually appointed.
Can I just ask, can I ask a process question? Sorry to be annoying. When there is a Board of Review vacancy or a Planning Commission vacancy or a ZBA vacancy, what is the process for appointment?
well, we had them come in and interviewed them for the position.
But is it published publicly? Is it
Maybe
require
Chuck
an
can-
application
is
and a
better
resume? I mean,
to
what
ask that
is,
question.
what is the process? And is it different per body?
Well, it's simply for the Board of Review, there's a recommendation and the board votes on it.
There's no application process or?
Not by law.
No. Okay.
How did this guy know to send you that letter?
He was,
This is board business.
How did he know there's a vacancy?
Well, and it wasn't an agenda item either.
Appointments to Board of Review is an agenda item.
Yes.
Well, I do know it's difficult to find people to do the Board of Review. I would like to suggest in the future, that we really nail down in writing what our processes are for making appointments to these bodies. That really has to be clarified, and that would save a lot of this.
I do know that John Orlando, before there was even a vacancy, brought his application into assessing and expressed that he would like to be on that board. I'll make a motion to accept the nomination for John Orlando.
Support.
all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No, for the same reasons for the other candidate for me. I don't even know this person.
Motion carries. John Orlando is the alternate. Oh, boy. This next one is a toughie. New business number 6. It says Historical Society's request to use the Historic Township Hall for 2 events. It's actually it's not the Historical Society, it's actually a resident. And the county has put a limited use permit on the certificate of occupancy. We've also found out that there's that we need to establish some type of use statement on how the historical hall needs to be used, and also include potential rental fees, cleanup fees. I mean, help me out, Madam Clerk. It's
Some time ago, the board had a discussion after after the moving was complete and renovations, that we as a board would discuss with the Historical Society and determine what the use of that building would be. We haven't done that yet. So that's where we're at. We haven't had that conversation or determined whom or what, because it isn't just the use. Is it for Historical Society members only, or is it for township residents? Would we rent it out to individuals not in the township? We rent out our boardroom to anybody. Is it along with that? So we would have to have a rental policy put into place as well. In looking through policies in the last week, I came across something, and I need to discuss it with our legal counsel at some point, regarding renting facilities, that if you charge for one individual or one party, that you must charge for all. I'm not sure how the Historical Society falls into that, so that's something we need to look at and consider as well. Any thoughts? Hello, down there, any thoughts?
Unfortunately, I mean, it sounds like a lot of stuff to try to put together by December 3rd. And that's when the first event wants to be. I mean, and we can't approve it without, I mean, unfortunately, I think we're unprepared at this time as a township in this aspect. Unless Chuck can find some legal loophole.
You're going to want a written agreement with whomever you allow to use it.
And we really have to establish what those uses are, and, I mean, because number one, there are no bathrooms out there. So this building has, has to be open. At the same time, there's just a lot of
logistics to put together.
A lot of questions.
In too short of a time.
Yeah.
Right, a lot of logistics, and another thing that crept into my mind earlier today when I was thinking about it was, well, so let's say we came up with this use and, all agreed on it. So if someone wanted to rent that place, they still have to come in here and use the bathrooms. So then my mind went to, okay, would we allow them to rent this boardroom at the same time, or would that be a separate rental agreement using the boardroom, bathrooms, and that hall, or just using the bathrooms and the old hall? But there's a lot to this that I don't think we're prepared to even deal with anytime soon. We
You'd
have to
have
have
one
those
rental agreement
conversations.
for the whole request.
What's that?
One rental agreement for the whole request, whether it's 1, 2, or 3 items, or the whole facility outside of the offices, or just one.
There's a lot that we have to look at.
Can we consider getting a committee going between some board members and some Historical Society members to work on that? Because the whole point of investing in restoration was so that it was available to the community.
Right.
So I would really like to see a committee established to do that work, so that people know, what it can be used for and
What's your
how.
thoughts on that, Chuck?
If the board is going to appoint or assign a committee, and that committee is going to do any deliberations whatsoever, narrow down options, choose anything at all, it's subject to the Open Meetings Act.
Okay.
Could we just ask the Historical Society to maybe come up with a list of what they think uses would be? And then we would have to come up with a use statement of what the board thinks is appropriate.
You can ask outside organizations to give you information. As long as they're not narrowing things down, they're just giving you options.
Right.
And this body here subject to the Open Meetings Act, that makes the decision.
So they could submit a list that we could include to have as a board discussion?
That's correct.
And have it on the agenda? Well, President is right out there. Sorry, Lisa.
I know.
Well, and I want to say, Pam, I think what you put here is a beautiful idea. And it's exactly what that building is intended to be, is to bring the community together. And I'm disappointed that this is where we are, but we also are obligated to make sure our tails are covered too.
So I did talk with Chuck about this committee of residents.
Wait, related to this topic?
Not related to this topic, but related to
Committees in general.
Okay.
committees in general, with residents involved. And possibly a board member as part of that committee with the residents to report back to the board findings of whatever it is they're looking into. And again, he said that's possible, but they cannot deliberate and make decisions, correct?
That's correct. They're just a fact-finding organization, and they report
And
the
that would
facts.
come back to the board through the trustee that was maybe like the chair of it, as an example.
That's an example, yes.
The committee has found this, this, and this.
As options, that's correct. You know, for example, if they are, what is the price of gasoline within 6 miles of the township hall? You go out and find out the price of gas, and they give it to the township board. They don't find which is the best gas station to go to.
Right.
So in this case, they could go out and go, these are the things other communities are renting their places for, these types of usages.
That's correct.
Bring that back to us, and we could go, oh,
It's
That
just-
sounds good.
It's just a fact-finding operation.
Exactly. So, my question is, there a trustee that would be willing to head that up? And
With the Historical Society?
with a group of residents that are interested in helping on that? Maybe they're with the Historical Society.
maybe they're not.
Maybe they're not.
Is that the way we want this to be approached, or, because that's different than what Pam just said? Or would it make more sense for the Historical Society to form their own committee and submit to the board in writing their wishes? Because this agreement of use is not just the Historical Society, it's going to have to
It could be
reflect the whole public.
Yeah.
So maybe it makes more sense for them to submit their wishes, since they had such a large role in moving and preserving that building, but then the broader context of the board's work is to consider the whole community.
Okay.
Does that work?
That would work too, yeah. And then
Does that work?
the Historical Society would appoint a spokesperson?
Sure. I mean, I don't want to speak for them. I don't think they would oppose that.
But are we limiting it only to the Historical Society?
Yeah,
Because
see-
it's
No,
a-
that's
it's
why I
a-
said the
but-
broader.
But it's still a township asset.
Correct, correct. So anybody can use it, not just
Well,
Historical
They're gonna come up with
Society.
some ideas, and then we're gonna bring it to the board here, and then we'll figure out.
I was just,
Total aspects.
right, I was just asking if we wanted to solicit from the general resident or public
We could at some point.
suggestions as well, if there are other people who aren't part of the Historical Society that may want to throw in some suggestions as well, would we accept those?
Of course. I don't see why we wouldn't.
Absolutely. I mean, the more it gets rented, the more it funds itself.
Yep.
All right. So, do we need a motion or anything?
No.
Or
We're not
just-
voting.
We
No,
just,
we're not
we're
voting
just
on it.
having
So
the,
tomorrow-
we're just,
tomorrow I'll reach out to the Historical Society president and we'll have a conversation.
perfect. All right. Moving on to, and I'm sorry, Pam, we're probably not going to be able to do your events.
It's a start.
But you got us
It is.
pushed.
That's what I.
You pushed us, so this is good.
Yep.
This is good. All right, new business number 7.
All right, unfortunately, due to legal advice, I'm going to have to recuse myself from this conversation and vote. So I'll excuse myself. Go.
And I'm in the same boat, Greg, so, thank you.
All right.
Chuck, is that,
All right,
is that
I,
legally necessary? Only asking because Greg was involved in that too.
well, I have a question in regards to it, because I'm not sure the charges were official to begin with. The letter was written and then rescinded. I do realize that the suggestion that they that the charges were, what's the word I need? It's out there.
Implied.
Implied, thank you, thank you. But on the other hand, they were never really official.
Well, they were official when you handed them that letter.
Yeah,
Am I
On
correct,
township
Chuck?
letterhead.
There's the issue of whether there's a conflict, Mr. Supervisor. The two trustees have recused themselves from this. There's no financial interest in it, one way or another. People may have preconceived notions. I don't think from a legal standpoint you have to recuse yourself, but it might be a good idea. You still have a quorum.
yeah, you'll still have a quorum. Okay, I'll take your advice.
I think
Yeah,
it looks
yeah,
better.
Yeah. But I will say I'm in agreement with it.
Get out,
So,
you're supposed to be recusing.
Get out. Does anyone have any questions on the resolution revoking charges of nonfeasance?
Nope.
Sarah? Jennifer?
Nope.
Anybody want to make a motion?
I will make a motion.
I'll second it.
Hold on.
Make a motion, the resolution to revoke the charges of nonfeasance of planning commission.
And I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. We need to do a roll call vote. Sarah Dolman, Jersey.
Yes.
Jennifer Eden.
Yes.
Herman Ferguson.
Yes.
Dean Haas, Greg Carnes, Chris Rapetta have recused themselves. Pam Moffler, yes.
Resolution carries.
The resolution carries, yes.
Terry, can you get the three of
Here,
them?
can I get?
Herman's gonna go find them
I'll get
and
it.
make a pit stop. Well, the rest of us. moving on to new business number 8.
Okay, new business number 8. Resolution to negotiate summer tax collection with schools. I think Jennifer, you're gonna,
Yeah, I'll speak on it. This is something we have to do every year in the start of course, this doesn't go into effect for 2026. We've already done 2025. So every year, we just have to pass a resolution saying that we're collecting for all of our schools and entities, following all laws, and that's what this is. So it's something we do every year in order to collect taxes.
pretty straightforward.
So what's the negotiation part of it then? I'm just
The
curious.
negotiation part of it is the fee in which we charge the schools in order to do that. It was $3. The Livingston County, it has been $3 for, I think, till the beginning of time, I'm not sure. But the county treasurer, Jen Nash, had a conversation with all of the schools in Livingston County, and they have agreed to put that amount up to $4. So, of course, that did not include Fenton schools because they're not Livingston County. So I had the conversation with Mr. Doug Bush, Dr. Doug Bush, I should say, and he is in agreement with that as well.
And that's $4 per taxable property
Per-
or $4 per township?
Per,
Taxable property.
yes, per parcel, that's what I
Per
was thinking,
parcel.
per parcel, that is in their school district. So they don't all pay, we have like 4,480 parcels. Heartland has a percentage of that, Fenton has, and Linden has. So they only pay for their parcel.
What do we charge our residents to collect their taxes?
There's a 1% fee
Oh, 1%.
1% of
on top
their
of
assessed
paying
value?
the salaries of our staff and whatnot.
Huh. So we charge the schools less than we charge our own residents for collecting a tax.
Yep.
That doesn't make sense to me. If we charge 1% to our residents, we should do 1% to the schools.
Getting into that conversation.
That's the negotiation. Dean, sounds like Dean is negotiating. Dean's got it.
Dean's gonna have homework,
Yeah,
a lot of it.
we'll figure that out. I'll make a motion to, or this is a resolution.
Yes.
Yeah.
So resolved to collect taxes for summer tax collections with the schools.
I'll second.
This is a roll call.
Yes, I have
Yes.
to do a roll call vote, just
Roll call
1 minute.
Yep.
Thank you.
To finish writing. Greg Carnes,
Yes.
Sarah Dolman Jersey.
Yes.
Jennifer Eden,
Yes.
Vern Ferguson,
Yes.
Dean Hawes,
Yes.
Pam Loeffler, yes, Chris Repetta.
Yes.
All right. Moving on to new business number 9.
Okay.
The postage.
Postage meter, Pitney Bowes. So we release our postage meter, and we have a mid-model, a mid-grade model. And so we'd like to continue with that with Pitney Bowes. The low-end postage meter doesn't include envelope sealing or Send Pro for passport labels. The high-end includes much more functions than what we need. So what we're looking at is reasonable and comparable. We currently pay $760.92 on our current contract. That's annually. The rate has increased $248.88 annually to $1,009.80 for an updated machine that has the same functions as what we currently have.
So that's an increase of $20 a month, and that's guaranteed for 60
Yep.
months, right?
Yep, $20.74, 5 years.
Did you bring that unit so we can see how it works?
It's a little large.
It's good size. Now, was the old fee, that stayed the same for
For the entire contract,
60 months also.
5 years, yeah.
So they'll keep,
This
yeah.
is the same price
So it went up,
for
yeah.
5 years.
That sounds,
Yeah.
This is for just United States Postal Service.
Yeah.
Can we talk to anybody else about a system, like FedEx or UPS or?
No,
just regular mail?
this is our postage meter that we use in the office that
To
will
send
seal
mail.
our envelopes and put the postage on our
I
envelopes.
understand.
And you want to know
FedEx
what?
has a similar system that they send, so does UPS. They have a similar system. You scan it, it puts a label on it, and they pick it up versus our postal department. And I'm guessing probably a whole lot more efficient.
Well, I'm not so
We look
sure
into it.
because we have to consider not only our tax bills and our sewer bills, but we have to consider election ballots. So for me, that's a concern.
We know that
I
this-
definitely would continue to stay with the US Postal Service. We wouldn't want to do anything that wasn't within the law on election ballots.
And we know that works.
Just asking.
Yeah, yeah.
oh, fair question.
Yeah,
But-
yeah, it is.
But elections are
That issue.
Priority.
a lot of rules.
I'll make a motion to accept the postage, or Pickney Bowes postage meter contract.
Support.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. All right, number 10. I'm going to resolve to go into closed session to consult with our township attorney regarding possible strategy in connection with pending litigation, as an open meeting may, well, pending litigation on the Anderson and Millar case, as an open meeting may have a detrimental financial effect on the litigating or settlement position of our township.
I'll make a motion.
Support.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Oh, wait, we need to, that's a resolution.
Oh, that's a resolution,
Yes,
yeah. You're right, I'm going to resolve, yes.
Okay,
Okay, sorry, roll call.
okay. Greg Carnes?
Yeah,
Sarah Dolan Jersey?
Yes.
Jennifer Eden?
Yes?
Herman Ferguson?
Yes.
Dean Haas?
Yes.
Chris Rapetta?
Yes.
Pam Loeffler? Yes.
all right.
I am freezing.
Chilly.
I'm freezing.
Hot down here.
Is it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
There's no mention of meetings act and anything about superintendent control or the process for. So, how do we get back to this point? And now suddenly we have an apology, well, in essence, you would ask them, where's it? We've never, all that, man.
And they canceled the meeting for tonight, so they won't be all ready.
He said he had time, but he said three is my birthday's probably from there to your car, it's probably 5, 6 weeks. But I don't understand 5, 6 weeks. But I mean, I stay once in a while. I took 4 or 5 walks. Oh my God. Somebody who's standing there, or somebody, you know, if you got a grass field next to your house, and you got birds that you catch it on fire, you need a burn.
Why can't you just say it's lawyer's stuff? I know. Because I found out, his name is.
My kids just come over to his office on my way. I got a hose now. But you know, I put that thing out, right, there was no smoke. I stirred the fire up. That's not just was I started it now. You know, I just drove this car. I started it. I thought I started it. Well, my kids did. I just wonder if you're trying to pull fire one.
Well, that we know that. That's why they said, that's one of the reasons why we did this. So our insurance, because, you know, our rating is terrible. Still, these
I know, I was watching You're not walking out on us, are you? I am.
Come on.
I'll leave
You're part of the clan here. No, that's good. This is what we did this for. It's not a lot for this, I don't like want to see it. Museum stuff where people just go through it once a year. We don't put ours in. You're gonna have to use this building. What we're just talking about. They got those real
I
If you're gonna do it, you do it across the board. Like I said, I put fires out, I probably around 9,000. And well, I wasn't a full fire. I thought, but some fires that I did, I got stoned around. I have not seen that many fire runs. You know, fires get out of hand. And then slow I see more of these fire runs. Because they see smoke. Yeah, no, that's wrong. They own smoke. They own, when I was there, that section. Yeah.
Okay, so it's you. Yeah.
And he started picking at it. Yeah, we walked out, spoke out, because I had presents. I had or if they're not there, they are
only know, it's just to have the fire department. Okay, see, I must have missed that. See, I don't remember everything. I'm pretty. Okay, so I missed that part.
So the insurance company will say.
So, yeah, the insurance company will pay.
Okay, and they'll say, okay, well, you're right to be this.
So we're just paying that, it's not 100%, it's a portion. Because we got police protection. Like we were talking, because we were a higher rating because we didn't have fire department.
Right.
So now our rating is for our insurance company. Oh, yeah, go through the roof.
Across the field.
Go through the roof, and anytime, it doesn't matter what.
Corners, it's 12. So it's only the first year. They get two out, what's called out. You'll never turn around. They'll just say,
Well, I do this.
all the sounds go down.
We don't hunt at that time.
You guys, don't get dark, it's 6 o'clock.
It starts 6:30.
6:30, yeah, but I'm gonna home, get all dressed, take a
You come
shower.
in and you hunt the ball, you don't care.
That's just an excuse.
You don't want me around.
It was great.
I'm a pain in the ass.
Yeah, we had two, got our guns set up, try to say something. And our turkeys were calling out, trying not to use that. We all were getting ramps on, we really
I said, buy that for the whole community. And I was kind of upset when we got Frankie's, because he didn't do Jack Jones. And he
Yes,
didn't do
yes,
Jack
you did say that to
okay?
me, yes.
And that's what I love.
I do hear it, I'll hear it.
So,
Well, he's running that, Michigan, it should be close to 10
I look at this, that's my call,
So,
but I
he
just
followed
was
up
upset.
on that.
Because he's asking for crap for us. And I know, and I told him, I told her, it's hard, I'm happy about it. I don't like, you know, just screw my dad
Like that, when I go
Well,
out, I'll look,
he just doesn't
first
push
look to
shit.
see if it's fly, I'm sorry, last night, flag, everything else.
Dave Jones, the sheriff, he said, right.
I'll scan it, there's a rock over here, see something, depending on.
Yeah.
Well, I'll do that, you know, so, you know, we started calling. Yes, I don't think I had over there, and we have no say so in nothing.
Well, you do.
And they wanted to talk about, to begin with, they wanted to burn it down.
Well, that's the biggest reason we got rid of it.
Yeah.
This,
Man, just here they come to my ass, all that, and all that. Look at this, well, the problem, we can't vision it. I mean, I can pick up that part, so it's easy to see, and I got a white one, you want to do.
Sure.
So it's easy for me to see them when they're running, they move like a machine, it's scattered. And the red vision problem is, if you're on, you sure, say you shoot one and another one's with, well, you got kind of big off, it makes it hard to
look at the script out there.
So that's
They
big.
got trained with, you know.
So
He
we
falls
call
there and gets the trees and goes, have a how close. There's no field out there, all it is one continuous. That's not even complete. And you know what, they let the trees go, they just pop, we finally caught, Ed Murray was the one that raised the hell out of it. And they finally cut the trees out, they let the trees go over. So how bad are those trees? They're probably just over us. We're fortunate, we're not backing up the sewer system. I see they got
100 to 150, I would say, is our average. You know, 200 probably.
Oh, the bacteria was right. Yeah, they can only shoot the jump in down.
We had that last time, we had 204, and then they started it off, they paid attention.
Can I tell you something about your well? You're gonna do
The
what I'm
reason I,
saying.
the reason I
Yeah, I
got
did what you're saying. They're gonna dump bleach down, let's sit and pump it out, and then, okay, it's good.
out there, you know.
That bacteria's gonna come back. Bacteria's in bacteria, I mean,
Forever.
it just, it's gonna
It's
come.
really cool out there.
And your stuff probably
On
comes out
TV,
just a
put
little
the call
bit.
on, put the call on.
I have an RG at all.
And you're up,
My brother lives
it's
on
all,
the-
oh, you're posting short grass out there, you know.
So they told him to put his well, get our teacher well, you gotta put those spit down. So the water continues to see because it wasn't good before it was well. So we got, well, now they tell you, oh, bacteria will go back. So I can do that. But most of the bacteria will go the water will fail. It's all they do. It's a, but there has to be a bacteria. When I tried it, so set up, water goes back. You can put it all out.
So
Thank you, I was just trying to. All this time I've been living in this house, you never knew I did this whole bar that he made.
Does he know this now?
He's gonna see it, he's gonna see it now. He's gonna see it.
We've been doing this. He had just one shot, I don't know how many days.
Shoot the ball, poking the damn, Tuesdays and
That's all I'm suggesting.
How many pictures did you color? I'll do that, that's right. Rose said you're not gonna do that, I said, yes, I am. Oh. Just tear some pictures out. Chair. Wait, chair. We should hurt our house.
I don't hurt.
Yeah, and I'll do it later.
Oh, I'm not putting that on, I don't have anything on here.
I've been getting up early and looking here.
I don't have anything on there. That's Greg too. Oh, sorry,
Whoa, sorry. What song did you sing?
Oh, I got last one.
Christmas songs are coming up.
Oh, you know, we were singing them earlier today, Terry and I.
It's too early for that.
Oh, no, we needed it. And it was fun.
Joy of the World.
Oh, yeah, that's what I first sing it every morning when I first come in this building. Still dark outside, and then when I leave, it's dark out.
What time do you get here? 9 o'clock?
You're lying to me right now. 7:38.
got lots of stuff to get done, so, yep. But yeah, so if you're out in the parking lot, you'll hear me singing.
Sure, I wonder why I'm up in the parking lot that early. Got wait a minute. I've ended up in weird places.
Are we out? You're welcome. Thank you. Because you're singing. Okay, well, yes, so just so you know, bedtime is 8 o'clock at night.
Okay. Call this meeting back to order, guys.
No,
Someone needs to make a motion.
first we have to,
Someone needs to make a motion.
I need a motion to close the closed session.
I'm making a motion to close the closed session, so we bring closure to it.
Okay, so we got a motion to close. Do I have a second? Support. All in favor?
Aye.
Oppose? All right, and then, we gotta go back into a motion to go back into our regular meeting, huh? A motion to go back into our regular meeting.
I'll make that motion to go back to that regular meeting.
Okay, do I have a second?
Support.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right. All right, Chuck, regarding the closed session, regarding the Anderson case, I think we discussed some possible solutions. Back to the ZBA is one, or we can agree to settle.
Asking for those
I
choices.
guess-
What are those choices?
Yeah,
You give us,
yeah.
yeah.
Let me give you just a real quick background so
Okay.
everybody's aware.
Good.
The Andersons filed a lawsuit because they were denied a zoning variance. They want to put a boathouse on the lakeside of their house within the township's lakeside setback and side yard setback. The ZBA denied the request. The Andersons filed an appeal to the circuit court claiming that the ZBA made the wrong decision for legal reasons. The court agreed that perhaps the Planning Commission violated the Open Meetings Act, and the court's ruling was that the matter is remanded back down to the ZBA. Since that decision, the Andersons have sent a proposal to settle the case. Previously, what they wanted was a boathouse that was 3 feet from the lot line. They are willing to move it 6 feet away. They haven't suggested that they would be willing to move the boathouse any further from the lakefront away. So essentially, they want the same structure, which I believe was a 12 by 20 boathouse. They'll say they'll put it 6 feet from the side yard and 30 to 33 feet away from the lake. The township has the option of accepting that proposal. You can reject it. You can counter that proposal. If you reject it, that means that the Andersons then can bring the matter back to the ZBA and more or less start the process all over. You're under no obligation to accept the offer. You're under no obligation to do a counteroffer. However, if we do neither, if the Andersons wish, the township has the obligation to start all over at the ZBA with it.
So, everybody clear on what our options are?
I'm clear on the options, but I want to bring up the issues our township faces with fairness and consistency when we make these decisions, because There are over 20 structures that are non-conforming on that lake. Some of them have received variances, many of them never applied. And so the decisions that have been made on this particular case, I don't know how the township can claim that we are applying our ordinances fairly and consistently, and that's a concern for me.
Chuck, would the fact that there's another building similar to what they're asking for within, let's say, 80 feet of where they want to be, have any impact on a judge's decision? In other words, two lots over, there's a structure almost identical, almost the same positioning.
The Andersons never raised that issue.
Yeah.
And I will tell you that I don't know when that structure was put up. I don't know if the ordinance was in effect when it was the ordinance that we have now. And I will also say too, we don't have a police force. We don't go out looking for violations. I think the township reacts upon complaints. When there's a complaint, we go look. It's just the way it happens. Now, I will say, if the issue was ever raised in front of a judge, where the township overlooks these that have been brought to their attention, then a judge could say, that's an issue. But that was never raised by the Andersons.
But then they're penalized for applying and doing the process correctly.
Yes, you could say that. As opposed to just putting it up in violation of the ordinance,
Like
is what you're
everybody
saying.
else did.
And I can't comment because I don't know if the other people did in violation of the ordinance, because I don't know when those structures were put up. I just don't know.
Well, there were some within the last year and a half, at least two.
Isn't it though pretty true that on lakes especially, that variances are more often given just for the simple fact that there's hardship issues? Lots are limited, topographical issues. You can only put things in so many places. So, I mean, is it uncommon?
I can't speak to this township. I've only worked on one lakefront variance in the past for the township, and that was the next door neighbors' issues that they had. I will say that, people that own lakefront property, they think highly of their lake view, and they don't want to see structures that may interfere with that. And they pay a premium, and they pay a premium in property taxes because the lakefront property is valuable. But variances are granted. I can't say if it's more frequent in lakefront than other ones. I just don't know.
View is value.
Pardon?
View is value on a lake.
Oh, tremendous, tremendous. Yeah.
I also think we have to consider the burden to both the township and the property owners in going all the way back through this process again in terms of time and resources. And if the outcome is the same, we're going back to court, we're looking, and some of that, according to the court's decision, is the fault of the township and the planning commission and the way it was handled. So, I think that needs to be a factor in the consideration for either a counter proposal or whether or not we accept what they've offered.
I don't think it should be the choice of the township board of that counter, because we're not part of the ZBA. We don't know all the laws and regulations to all of those, and I would be uncomfortable making that if we choose not to accept it. And they start over, I would be okay with waiving the fees for that process to happen, and allow them to go through that process without having to pay the ZBA and all those costs that they would have occurred. What do you think you should be in the ZBA?
My recommendation goes back to the ZBA. I don't have enough about the dimensional stuff in front of me. The lots to the north that has a structure similar to it, I'm not sure where that's at. The ZBA has all this information. This belongs back, my recommendation, this belongs back in front of the board that has that information and knows how to handle it.
Can they counter the proposal, or
They-
is that the work of the board? It just has
They
to go through the
can
whole
change,
process.
they can change, right, Chuck? I mean,
They can change their decision. I don't think you want the ZBA to negotiate a settlement.
no.
Yeah.
No, I
Yeah.
did not want them to negotiate this.
Yeah, yeah.
I want them, okay, they can change the dimensional requirements and say, we will grant this variance based on this.
That's correct. They can come up with
They can do that.
the same decision or a different decision. All we know is that the circuit judge said that the planning commission, when they did a sightline review, violated the Open Meetings Act.
Yeah. But no, the ZBA would not, I'm sorry, I misunderstood your,
It's okay.
no way are they, no, they are not going to agree on a settlement, no. If it goes back to the ZBA, it has to go through the whole process it went through the first time.
That's correct.
Except correctly.
But they do have the opportunity to look at the proposal and go, okay, yeah, that's a reasonable proposal. We'll grant the setbacks.
Oh, yeah.
As Anderson suggested.
They can absolutely say, well,
That sounds like a reasonable option.
what you're proposing, Anderson's, is great. Yeah, we'll agree to that.
Okay.
They can absolutely do that.
But also, the ZBA didn't have any error in this. That was the
Correct.
Planning commission.
Right.
Yeah, correct.
I guess, did you make a motion or just a suggestion?
She had a
She didn't make a motion.
contingency though, or some sort. Oh, you were gonna waive the
fees.
ZBA fee.
ZBA
Yes.
fees,
Yeah,
Send it back to ZBA and waive all the
So
fees.
I can make a motion to not accept the offer and send it back to the ZBA and waive all the fees.
for
that
another
entails.
ZBA.
To go through that process again, the board could waive all those fees.
Do I have a second? I'll second it. So, can you read that back to us, Pam? No?
A motion to send back to ZBA for,
Before we do that, Dean, what do you think would be a better option instead of, because you're on the lake, you know more about this stuff there than I do.
I do, but I kind of, unfortunately, I'm trying to picture where it may be. I understand there's probably some issues with topological, so there is a certain amount of burden on them to try to put it somewhere else. I understand why they're trying to put it off on the side as far as they can, and I understand they probably can't move it back much further, because from the lake level to probably their deck level, is probably 30 or 40 foot drop.
It's very steep.
It's serious.
See, again,
They set up on a hill.
again, the ZBA has all this
That's-
information
yeah.
in front of them.
I'm just reiterating, yeah.
Yep,
So, I
they've
mean,
got this information in front of them.
I don't know about sightline restrictions. I don't know if that would violate, if there's an issue with somebody. Because as Chuck mentioned, view is value on a lake. And
Yeah.
we do.
We know that.
We like, so I guess, not sure what the right answer is. I know that they've went through a lot already. Putting it through again, I don't know if there's something more we can do. Recommendations.
Well, right
or
now-
along with the return to the ZBA.
Right now, we have a motion and a second to send it back to the ZBA,
To not accept the, right, to
Or
not
to not.
accept it, and to send it back to the ZBA.
to not accept the settlement or offer, send it back to the ZBA, waive the ZBA fee. We have a motion and a second.
It's on you to say something.
All in favor? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
I will inform Anderson's attorney.
Okay. Thank you. All right, on the Millard case, it's our understanding that the township liability, the attorney for the liability insurance is now handling that. That's correct, Chuck?
Or with,
The insurance company has hired a lawyer to defend the township in that matter. They did so late, and he has called me. I have called him back. We have missed each other several times. I think we have to have that lawyer be brought up to speed, maybe bring him in and have him talk to the township in closed session with his ideas as to strategy and options.
Can you make that happen, Chuck?
Yes.
Maybe at the December 2nd or December 16th?
I will attempt, and of course, part of it depends on his schedule.
Yep.
But I'll certainly make my effort.
Okay. All right.
does that have to be done as a vote, or we just, we're?
Yeah, you're just directing me.
Just asking.
Okay. Trying to make sure.
All right, I think where's my agenda thing?
11, discussion on determining best practices for agendas.
Yeah, yep, we're all done with 10. We're on one of the new ones. Number 11, discussion for board agenda items.
Could we maybe open this conversation and you guys can share sort of where you're at with that process? Because I think you're already looking at some of it.
So the administrative officials meet to discuss agenda items. From these conversations, we compile a list of planned items for agendas, upcoming items for agendas, items that are with the attorney, items on our to-do list, when we can get to them, when can we prioritize them? And I think we're at a point where we need some clear boundaries and need some policy on this, and I've kind of been throwing things back and forth, trying to think what would work best for all. We've received emails from everyone on this board, with the exception of one, wanting things on the agenda, and so part of that process is you have to look at timing, and that's very critical. We're now here at 10:15 at night. I've been at work since 7:45 this morning. Studies indicate when your meetings are longer than 2-3 hours, you're not making good decisions and so we don't want to be in that position. So us three do have these conversations on what's going to fit in here. That's part of my job, is to say, well, it's not looking so hot. We have closed session, we have a public hearing, we have A, B, and C, or we have way too many items on the agenda already. So in thinking about these things, I want to ask everyone's opinion on this to kind of settle some of this disagreements and upsets that have been occurring. What if we were to, number one, have a trustees communication and update section. 3-minute report from each one of you on whatever you're working on, whatever you want to see, whatever. Updates, right? and a communication, a verbal one, right here at the board table. And that would fall somewhere, let me see, after communications, before public remarks. In addition to that, I think we need a logging system, a good logging system for your requests, that as you email them to Greg and myself, I can be putting them in and updating. Sarah doesn't know what Chris is asking for. Chris doesn't know what Sarah's asking for. And so if we can compile it into one list, and then I can be sending that out to you with no responses in return, of course. But that way, everyone sees what everybody's asking for. And so to begin that process, my thought is this. I'd like for everyone on the board to think of one top priority that they would like to see on the agenda. And we could find a way to work that in with our other business. It doesn't mean everything's going to get on there, and it's not going to be like this. It doesn't work that way. There are too many things to consider, but that would give everyone a fair opportunity to see something that they want to put into the works, and have a say in that. And perhaps it would help us to connect better and work together if we can organize this and come to the table and do this together. So I guess that's where the conversation can continue with you guys, what you think. Those are just my thoughts. It's getting very frustrating having all of these emails that are coming, and everyone's upset and everyone's forceful, and it's not making things better. We need to be able to function better and come up here and have an agenda without people being upset and angry and this tit for tat and the gotcha moments. It's just ridiculous. And I'm not going to continue on with that. This is just what I see as a clerk and what I see in my duties as a solution to begin with. It doesn't mean it's the all.
Well, to address the frustration, I think we're all feeling that, Pam, and that's why I felt like it was so important, even though this agenda is long and I know everyone's exhausted, we have to at least start the conversation. So I appreciate the board's patience and for you bringing to the table kind of an update and some solutions. Regarding people adding a top priority item, I think some of that would be solved if we can get to that discussion-based forum in some kind of regular manner, and the board can determine what it is we're focusing our time and resources on through identifying goals. That would eliminate, I would hope, some of this, because then we're in agreement, ideally, or working toward consensus on what we're focusing on first in smaller pieces, instead of, so it becomes the board's agenda instead of everybody having separate ideas for what we should be doing. So I just want to mention that's sort of a tie-in to the next piece to this. They're related, which is why I suggested adding both of them tonight. So I think that your suggestion of reports from the trustees is something I've heard other municipalities do. We don't have that as part of our agenda right now, so maybe that's an option that would help if the trustees have an opportunity to bring things up through that reporting.
I like the title trustees, communications and updates better, because if it were to say reports, people are anticipating that each one of you is going to have some type of report, and then when it's not in the board packet, people are going to have upsets because it could be taken literally.
But then are those just discussion items versus items we can vote on? Because
they're not voting items. They're not going to be attack sessions or complaint sessions. It's for each individual trustee to say, hey, this is going on in the community. Maybe we can look at this in the future. Or, if you've heard of a program that you think maybe it could benefit residents, or, there's a variety of things, but I don't think it should be about complaints.
I agree with that, but I also think that we are all duly elected, and somehow we need to have a way to contribute to the agenda fairly and equitably whether that be a discussion item, an item that is an action item, or sharing or bringing something up to consider in the future. So how then would trustees participate if we have a discussion item or an action item that we would like considered? And listen, I understand, I really do understand all of the things you guys are wrestling with when you think about how to put this together. I do. We have a lot of trust issues with this board, and so in trusting that things are looked after and followed through upon, and that we aren't just selectively ignoring those that we don't like, we have to have structure, and that is where the policy becomes really important, so it can be followed consistently and fairly. I don't have all the answers, and I promise to make this discussion short, so I don't know if anyone else wants to throw something in there, but I guess what I'd like to say at this point in the night is, could this be something that continues to be developed and comes back to be discussed until we land on a policy we all can agree to move forward?
Hello? What are you guys thinking?
I think Pam answered, Sarah just said something about, what about agenda items? I think you said, send an email with
Yes.
your top agenda item, and
We have to work
try
that
to-
in.
yeah,
Some
work it
of us have been
in
doing
and
that for a
get it.
year and got nothing.
And so we're gonna stop right there.
Okay.
We
So
need to.
That's why we're asking for a process. So
You know,
we'll
yes.
follow any process you give us.
You know, we need
Just
to
give us a
start
process.
afresh. And I think that would be one of our best options is, I know you guys all have ideas, and I think you all bring value to the table. And so let's stop and move forward with, and if you all have one top, that's where we can start. That would be four top priorities that we can incorporate. They're not gonna be all on the same agenda, because as you can see, when we have all these other little things, it's going to take away.
Understand that.
So you have to be patient with that process, but we will cycle through. And then if that works out well, let's continue doing it.
And that's,
In
so
terms
that's
of-
gonna be the new process. We
and-
submit it via email.
Yes,
Whatever.
just one, that,
We
so
submit
we
it.
can do that.
And
And,
if it's not on that agenda, when will it be on the agenda?
well,
Because it should be a priority, and it should be first in, first out.
Mm-hmm.
So if I send one, and Sarah sends one, and there's not room for both, and Sarah's gets on, mine should be on the next one.
and I mean, yeah, I haven't thought that in
Again,
depth about it, but,
Again,
You know,
all we're looking
and
for is a
that-
process that
but-
we can all follow, so that we can all fairly get stuff put on the agenda. Because we do
Yes.
all want to participate in this,
Right.
and have, you know what I mean?
right.
So,
But one of my biggest things here is, so we're working like this, but I'm just pleading with all of you, the gotcha moments and the attacks have to stop. Because we are not going to move forward. This is not going to work if we can't start building that trust. And for me, part of this, like I said, if you guys all caught it, is that we can incorporate it into a list. It can be emailed to you, so you can all see. That's part of trust building, right?
me personally, I don't need to see, I really don't. All I need to know is that if I send something, and I'm gonna trust the fact that if all four of us send something, and mine's not on this week and not on next week, then maybe it's the third week, but I'm not gonna have to resubmit, I'm not gonna ask a second time, and I don't need to see a list of how many
No.
people. I'm gonna trust that you're doing your job and you're giving everybody a fair and equal shot at getting something on the agenda. I
Thank you.
don't need you to send me more information, I don't.
Thank you.
I have a full-time job, I'm busy, that's why I come here to discuss stuff, because I've got a job at home, I got a job. So this is where I discuss business, not coming into the office, and again, not coming in here to bug you about getting stuff. I'd like to be able to send something and know that at the soonest possible point, you're gonna make sure that gets on the agenda. That's all I care about.
Well, and for me, I think if we can get a discussion forum and identified goals, that's going to greatly That's all I'm asking for, so that I don't have to ask you to put things on the agenda, because now I have something that I know we're focusing on. It doesn't mean I never will, but I think it will greatly reduce some of this if we can get organized about it. So, do you want?
Well, let's start, I think, with the agenda items and putting this into practice and see how that works for everyone, if that satisfies everyone.
And the only thing I'm gonna ask is and so we can make sure that you guys prepare. If one of our, for instance, I send something that's gonna be on you, let me know, so I can give you all the support, because I'm not gonna send you all the supporting information when I send the request.
Right.
So you have to let us know, hey, we're gonna get you on the next agenda as soon as possible, so I can get all the
Right.
proper documentation.
Yes.
And packing information to you to get out to the rest of the board members, so we're all
Perfect.
informed.
Perfect.
There will have to be communication between your agenda item and Pam and myself to get it properly
Right,
on
and-
the agenda.
And there may be some things that you won't be able to have documentation for, that perhaps maybe we can figure a way to find that out, get some or whatever, and that we can try. But I'd like to hear, Mr. Rapetta, what your thoughts are on this.
Yeah, personally, I think that only having one topic is not going to accomplish anything. It might make it easy, but I think that with a little bit of planning and communication, that if, the reason I have a list is because nobody ever responds to me. So the list keeps growing, and I'm representing the people of this township who bring topics to me and topics that I see. And so what I would think would be a good compromise would be that we all, and by the way, there's 7 trustees here, not 4. We're all equal here on the board. And so the agenda items from all of us should be considered equally in that, and that there should be communication. I've received however many you've given, and here's over the next, an agreement that over the next 3 meetings that will incorporate those in some way, shape, or form. I don't think it's unreasonable to ask that, but to be questioned about, well, I don't get questioned because I don't get responses, but hopefully that will change. But it's about communication and setting the expectation of when something will appear if you can't put it on the next agenda item. Those are the simple things for me. Then we'll get through all the agenda items, and if we have to have a couple late meetings like today where there's 10 or 15, then we have them. But this is the business of the township. It's not a race to get out of here. It's an important consideration for what every trustee, all 7 of us trustees on this board table today, right now, can contribute to this, to the agenda and shaping the direction of the township. We can spend time on goals, but the point is that we need time on having discussions. The discussions are generated around agenda items and topics, and through those discussions, I've never asked for, I want to vote on everything. I always ask, I want a discussion. I email it to Greg and copy Pam, and I always include a description of what the topic is. And with that information, that could be shared with other, when it gets on the agenda, and additional documentation, because Herman had also mentioned that he needs to have some documentation that goes along with it. So that's the way I think we can do it easily. But what I am fearful of is that with the 3 of you guys in the office continuing to be the gatekeepers and making the evaluation of whether something even gets on or not is not an appropriate thing. It's when any of us request something to get on, it's about when will it get on and how quickly can we get on. Of course, there needs to be prioritization and things of that nature, but I think it should be when, not if. And that just takes communicating back. Yeah,
Okay.
like Dean said. Can't be on this one or the next one or even the third one, but we'll hit it on the 1st of January.
Right.
Okay,
And so
great.
I anticipate that you'll have understanding when it takes time to get some things on there.
Well, we understand, but what we won't understand is if we continue with no communication, no feedback, no anything, and they go into an empty space, and then that's what probably makes me the most disappointed and angry with this township board. But, we're not, there's no one here above somebody else in their desire to have agenda items. Not one of us, we're equal as trustees. We're all trustees at this table, and we need to at least start communicating and understanding that that's the way it is.
I think you misinterpreted when you pointed out that you believed I excluded 3 of us. I was just referencing that the format for the trustees, the 4 of you to email that. Jennifer's in the office. She can come and talk to me, same with Greg. And so I wasn't omitting anyone, so.
Sure, but I think maybe an email from any one of us 7 would be a great way to document requests for things to go on the agenda. And if we all adhere to that, then there's a fairness across the board.
Yes.
That can happen, even though you're in the office and talking to each other, plenty of time, I mean, I
Right, it
require
would
that.
still go on a list of planned items for agendas.
I do agree
Yeah.
with Pam's only one item though, because there are 7 of us, as you've pointed out.
Sure.
So if we each had one item we wanted on there, you already have 7. Now we have regular business that we have to attend to, legal matters, resolutions,
Sure.
appointments. And now it's 10:30 in the evening and you just got done saying, well, we'll have late meetings if we have to.
Yeah, I'll stay till 11:30 if we need
Okay,
to.
well, that may work for you, but we have been in the office since 8 in the morning.
I start at 6 in the morning
Okay,
with
that's fine,
worldwide
I
calls.
get up at
and
5.
I understand.
All he's
But-
saying is it doesn't have to be just one. We can have 1 or 2.
It just
I agree,
depends
not all
what the
7.
agenda,
I agree.
what we have
We
to
can't have
put
all
on there.
7.
It's all- and-
And Chris didn't
so-
say that. Chris said,
No.
if we're not in this week, we're not in next week. All we ask is
You know.
tell us when.
I just
Yeah.
want,
I agree
I
with
think
the
the
I
one
want you
thing.
guys to be able to
Yeah.
trust
That it
that
will
we
be done.
can get it on the agenda and work it in, because there are other things, as you can see on tonight's list.
We
that there
can't
are
have
things,
3 and 4 hour meetings.
If
every
it's
week,
getting
right?
to that
It just-
point where our meetings are more
Okay.
than 2.5 to 3 hours, that tells us that the work we need to do demands that we schedule another meeting. A special meeting, we have a lot of work to do, so I don't know what to say about that, but we're either gonna have long meetings or we're gonna have to schedule a meeting. We've gotta get the work done.
Right, and if we can improve on approving agendas and consent agendas
Yep.
and not spending 40 minutes on it.
It would get more
hey,
efficient.
we can become more efficient, but the whole point is we need to start and begin right here at the board table and communicate better. And like I said, stop the attacks, let's work with one another and get things done. That's what we need to do. You know, you guys all ran for something, right? You know, so we have to just work together. Excuse me, I'm
Okay.
speaking.
Are we good with
Are you gonna
11 and
address
12?
that?
Hey,
That's
hey, hey,
inappropriate.
Yeah,
come on, it's getting late.
okay, let's move on to the last one.
Are we good with 11 and 12?
And I think
Sarah?
I think so. Well, 12, I just want to say quickly, I know a lot of you work all day and have different jobs, and it sounds to me that adding additional meetings regularly is not ideal, but could we consider either 15 minutes at every board meeting or 30 minutes at the second board meeting of every month to be considered like a work session time or committee of the whole, where we can have a set topic that needs that longer discussion. Does that make sense to you? Or does it make sense just to discuss what we need to discuss as we go for whatever length? It makes more sense to me, in the way I've seen efficient municipalities do it, is they have a set time that is their work session or workshop time. The board determines what their goals are. They pick one or two and they stay focused on that with that discussion time instead of trying to fix everything all at once. I am concerned about overwhelming the township's time and resources because we do have a lot of work to do. And so how can we take baby steps and identify as a board what our goals are and stay focused on them? So I don't know what you guys think would be best, but I wanted to bring it up again to see if we, or the other option is you can call special meetings as needed and do it that way, but it would feel better to me to have a structured time. And then that very first workshop we had, let's say we were gonna do it the second meeting in December, and we established 30 minutes, and the very first thing we have to do is really put out there our concerns and our ideas, our values, our mission, and identify what our goals are. We have to start that conversation. And then it would happen again at the next time we have a scheduled built-in work session, but it eliminates adding additional meetings if we can do that efficiently. And by the way, the reason I care so much about this is because we saw what happened with the fire ordinance. Maybe that's not the perfect example. When you have discussion-based decision-making, not only does it improve transparency, it builds buy-in with your board and with your public, because then all the people in the room and online understand how those decisions evolved and how we got there. To me, that's ideal, and that's how we should be doing business, and I know it's a huge change from the way things have been done before. I just feel strongly we have to move that direction.
And I agree with Sarah. And personally, do I want to do more meetings? No. But if that's what's necessary for us to get back on track and get this township back doing what we're supposed to be doing, I don't think there's any of us here that object to doing that. At least I know I won't. Like I said, I have plenty of other things I can do. But I also ran to help this community and do the things that need to get done. So.
And we could start
I'm not objecting
small.
to extra meetings. If that's what it takes to get the business done, that's what we need to do. We need to get it done. We've screwed around too long. It's been a year.
So what's the smallest step? Is it 15 minutes? Is it 30?
I think the problem is by setting that, we're going to end up, I don't know of many of our existing issues we have that we could come up with even a good conclusion in 30 minutes.
No, but see,
We have so many big topics that we are not addressing.
you're right, but that's why. So with committee of the whole or work session, Dean, that forum is discussion-based. There's no decision-making during that time. It moves forward to the next work session until it's ready to move to the board for decision-making action. So it's typical that you identify those topics to be ones that will take several discussions over time. So like had we been talking about the fire ordinance, for example, over time, there wouldn't have been surprises. So I just, not surprises, but I guess unknowns. And I know maybe sometimes it's not practical for it to move that fast, and we have to identify a different topic for that session, but at any rate, most of those topics that we choose won't be one and done. No matter, but you have to set a time boundary or we will be exhausting our people and resources.
Jennifer can set her timer. Is that something we want to think about till our next
I
meeting?
think it should be further discussion. Maybe put it under the old business and maybe we do a 30-minute discussion on it under old business next time.
Unfinished business.
Unfinished business, I'm sorry. Unfinished business, maybe we can spend 30 minutes on it next week, next meeting.
Okay. Are you good with that, sir?
Yep.
Are we still doing the one agenda, or from each? Or is that,
Yeah, one,
that's,
yeah.
this
I'll
is the
send
goal
out that
thing?
email.
Okay. We're still doing that, good.
I'm gonna be putting this, determining the best forum, under unfinished business for next meeting on the 2nd.
All right,
Thank you.
Is that it?
Thank you.
We got one more.
We got one more.
13. Discussion code violations.
Yeah, code of conduct. This is just has continued to be a problem of setting out and believing that the code of conduct applies to the audience and not to the board members. I see this manifest itself through a lot of whispering to each other, side conversations, while other conversations are going on. None of this is helpful to us getting work done and honoring the residents who pay our salaries up here. And I think that it's important to recognize the hard work that everybody, people watching, people coming to these meetings, us sitting up here, and the code of conduct applies to us equally. We are all here for this particular purpose. And we can't dig at people for making comments. If they're public comment time, then we let them speak. And that's what it is, you know. But obviously, the code of conduct is written as it is. We all passed it. But then we all have to commit to living by it. It's ridiculous to do the things that we've been doing and to disrespect each other and other people out in the audience in any way, shape, or form. And so we got to get away from generalizations. You know, like Sarah, you saying everybody needs to calm down. Well, I'm sitting over here calm. So let's pick out the person who's not calm and identify, please calm down. If it's me that I'm not calm, okay. Chris, please calm down. Okay, thank you very much. But we got to get away from these generalizations that include everybody in trying to align people to this code of conduct. We have to adhere to it, and we have to each commit to adhering to it. And that extends to everything. Code of conduct extends out to all of the employees and the appointees in all of our boards and things of that nature. This isn't just for people sitting here at this desk, sitting out there. It's for every part of this entire township government, employee, appointed, or elected officials, and we all need to work on abiding by it. And you know, I don't want to necessarily go into repeating what Cherie stood up here and said early on. There's opportunity for public comment, but it just sickens me that is as hard as it is, we have to stop these side conversations. I'm really still upset that this board seems to be okay because they voted down a discussion to not have people who are in the audience interfering with the board meeting by texting board members and providing information up here. It's supposed to be our meeting, and that should be prohibited. Even if it's another township appointed official sitting out there, they have comment time and public comment for 3 minutes like everybody else, usually twice per meeting. So if they want to feed information to anybody on this board, we should be off of our phones. Of course, Pam on her laptop, great, but we should limit get rid of these side whispering conversations that undermine the trust of the people and undermine the trust of each other on this board. That's what I'd like to discuss, and please, anybody wants to comment, please do.
My only comment to that is there are times when I do have to whisper to Greg. And that Jennifer has to whisper to him to remind him of something or that what he needs to do.
And I think what he's saying, and we understand that as far as procedural, we're talking about the whispering when going on, when other people are commenting or there's other conversations going on. Is all. That's it. Because I understand you guys are giving him information or he sometimes needs information. But that's not what we're talking about. And I think, I agree with Chris, and I think probably a good spot would be for all of us right now to recommit to what we have already said we were going to do. And I'll do it right now and try as hard as I can to commit to doing the right stuff and not, you know, throwing bombs at people and so forth. Mm-hmm. And I think every one of us on this board needs to recommit to that verbally to the residents of this community.
I'll commit to that.
I'll commit to
I'll
that.
commit to that.
Commit to
Commit.
that. All right. Are we done with that?
13.
Do we have anything more?
Move on.
Okay.
People are waiting to speak for
do
public
so.
comment.
Thank you, Dean, for that. I think that was a good close. A good close. Okay,
Are you awake?
public remarks, the end here. Go ahead, Jeanette,
right.
looks like your hand went up first.
So please, Jeanette Ropetta, Tyrone Township, please notice that 2 people on the board did not commit to that, just so you know. There was no verbal commitment.
Oh, I thought
Yeah.
everybody did.
So,
They did, they all did.
Did? Okay.
Everybody did.
Didn't hear
You
you.
can listen to it, everybody.
I will
heard
re-listen
everybody.
to it, thank
do
you.
that.
Thank you.
Are you
Can I
referring to
not
me?
be interrupted?
Well, she's looking.
Please.
Please, here we go again. So there you go, code of conduct, Greg.
Don't take.
I called him
Don't
out.
laugh at me.
I called him out. Dean,
Okay, I restart.
stop.
Okay, I don't think
Okay.
you're supposed to talk to me, Jennifer, okay? So here's my problem tonight. Sit up here and watch Jennifer roll her eyes all night. Chris is talking, whoever's talking, she's rolling her eyes, she's looking at you. Greg, you're mocking, laughing at people. I will do a video of what you're doing.
I'm a happy guy.
Are you?
Right?
Yeah, okay. It's just ridiculous. You've got no, so Pam says tonight, start fresh, move forward. No gotcha moments. Really? No, there's things that you guys need to be held accountable for what you've done and how you've acted. For Jennifer to sit up here tonight, and you, Greg, to not hold her to account and have her apologize to this woman for what she said, to apologize to Becky for saying that her lawyer, everything he said was BS, and she swore, and to apologize to the Christians in this community who don't appreciate you using the Lord's name in vain. And you're not going to apologize, are you? And Greg, you're not going to have her apologize. You're not even going to ask her to. And none of you are going to call for a censor. If Chris had done that, you guys would have been all over him, wouldn't you? You know you would. So I don't care if you stay here till midnight, 1, 2 in the morning until you get caught up with your work that you need to do. The long speeches here tonight about nothing, on and on. No wonder it takes so long for government to get stuff done. Go back and watch this video. Go back and watch the side conversations again. Jennifer and Pam with Greg while Chris is talking, or even when Sarah's talking. Unacceptable. And that's what I was going to talk about this evening, and I'll just do a video on it instead. Trustee Sarah Dahlman Jersey recently published a blog post titled "As I See It, Our First Year in Office," and it's very hypocritical. And what you did tonight by bringing up what you want on the agenda, but all year long you voted down. But now because your feelings are hurt or you've been ignored, now you finally decide to speak up. You've never through the year said why you were voting things down. You didn't say that it's not good decorum or whatever it was that you said in your blog post. You never ever explained why you voted no. But now tonight, all of a sudden, it's okay for you to do that. And you know, you can't just stop and throw everything out and say that things haven't happened, that you haven't drug residents' names through the mud. And you apologize to the planning commission, but you don't apologize to the residents for what you've done? I will bring up Jennifer's name every meeting going forward until I hear an apology from her to Cherie.
Yes, Scott.
Scott Dietrich, White Lake Road. This is a perfect example of code of conduct. Chris, you do a good job not saying anything because your mouthpiece sits back there. She does, hold on, she does all your attacking for you. Online, here.
Scott.
No, but nobody else here's got that. Nobody else here has that.
But it's not fair to you guys. It's not fair, because she can do it. Hold on, it's true. You don't ever say that. You sit there with a stone face every meeting. She does your attacking for you, because you're not man enough to do it. Anyways, getting back to the burn.
Keep it.
The insults
I'm talking about the burn. I'm
The
moving
insults are
on.
inappropriate.
Listen,
The insults are inappropriate.
she made her comment, she insulted, so shut up. So anyways, she made her insult, she just insulted most of you here, so hush. You finally spoke up, you finally got some guts. Anyways,
Come on,
getting back to the burn, listen,
stay focused.
I'm focused. Getting back to the burn thing. It's very discriminatory for my I'm on less than an acre. I don't burn anyway, but this guy next to me can burn weeds and leaves, and I can't. Tell me bull crap. No, we just get rid of the burning of the leaves and the grass, and we'll eliminate that altogether. You don't need to, okay? And the burn pit could be a little bit bigger. Logs are 18 inches. Dean is correct. My fire pit's 4, 5, 6 foot wide. It's not a fire that, but I put 5, 6 logs out. I want a nice fire. My kids make s'mores and we want the heat off of it. 2 foot is not enough. 3 foot, no. And I got grass all the way out in my yard. I got a hose there. So no, the fire ring is crazy. Okay. Just for clarification, Chuck, I couldn't tell you earlier, we hire a planner, we hire lawyers. So when people like this next door come here, we got all of our zoning, all ironed out, and we see it going through. And that's what I was trying to get to you before. I'd like to get explanation maybe in the future of why that went through, because I think we should have fought and appealed it. Okay. Another thing, Greg, you sat here tonight and you said you didn't have time for this, time for that, you couldn't get this, you couldn't get that. Greg, I worked my butt off to get you in this office. And I made it very clear to Mike, and I'm going to make it very clear to you, you're not giving us 100%. I know you're missing too much time. There's a lot of things you could be doing. I'm sorry. That's why we're so far behind. You need to put more time and get 100% to this township. I'm sorry.
Hey, zip it, please. Yes, Becky?
Becky Malark, Center Road. It's just sad to see people that come up here. It's hard enough to come up here to speak in front of this board, but then to be disrespected by Jennifer in the way that you have disrespected these residents, and to allow that man to tell people to shut up. But I guess it's okay. So hey, Scott, why don't you shut up? Because we've all had enough of your bullshit.
Yes, Jim.
Thanks, Scott, for that lesson in unity and all this love crap that you guys are talking up here. I think that's what Chris meant by the whole kumbaya thing back in the day. And I'm a guy, I go by what people do, not by what they say. And I'm playing catch up here because I haven't been at the meetings, I've been gone. But at the one meeting, I did write down some notes from the Lou Bender thing, some of your guys' huge points that you learned. Support, respect each other, give our best effort, trust and honesty, be loyal, be ethical, attendance, loyal, trust. And I was looking at that, I was like, man, that sounds familiar. Sounds like I've heard that before. I remembered it was freaking 3rd grade. So do you guys mean to tell me it was faulty of me to assume you already knew about loyalty and trust and honesty and attendance before you got elected? You had to learn that on my dime from Lou Bender? You weren't aware of those things before? And to be honest with you, Greg, I could give you guys 100 examples if you gave me 4 hours. We get to listen to you ad nauseum talk about nothing. I get 3 minutes. I'm gonna give you one example. You remember the court case with Tim Broad, my neighbor? I know you do. And Jeanette stood up, and the magistrate looked at her and he said, so you're the one that the other case is about, that he tried to cram on the same day, right? You remember that? I was there. And she says, yeah, that's me. He said, why did you request a formal hearing? And she said, I didn't, the township did. So that magistrate had no idea why she had a formal hearing, Greg. And then I go read the Tri-County Times, that beacon of truth, and they said, Greg Carnes said, the magistrate suggested we have a formal hearing. You know what that makes you, Greg? Makes you a liar. Right after you said this whole thing was worth our $4,000 for Lou Bender, and anyone that says it wasn't is wrong. You know why it's not worth it? Because you don't follow through on your word. And you, over here, I'm not buying what you're selling. All this discussion-based decision-making, you guys just voted to rescind those charges of nonfeasance with no discussion. You didn't explain why. What's the definition of nonfeasance? Failing to perform a duty that the job requires. How do you perform that duty to come and vote on something if you don't show up to a meeting? And when I applied for planning commission, Kevin Ross says I need to drink bleach. He talks about everyone, calls people names. I think that's worthy of discussion. Do you hear him? I watched all 5 of you vote for that guy. I don't care if you vote for him, that's your choice. But it wasn't even worthy of discussion. Where was your discussion-based decision-making then, hon? You're all talk. And that's your people's problem. You can sit here and talk all day. If you don't do it, ain't nobody buying it. And the only 2 that I can say have not lied to me are these 2 over here, the guys you hate. And the only guy in the room at the Bare Naked Wood meeting that knew how the meeting was supposed to function was that guy. And you steamrolled right over him.
Okay.
So this guy got paid for 4 hours, $660, because you don't know. Now, I listened to you guys for like, what, 4 hours? And you made absolutely no sense.
Thank you, Jim.
So I'm not buying you
Thank you,
or
Jim.
you, Greg.
Thank
Tell
you.
me you're not a liar. Tell me you didn't say that.
Thank you, Jim.
Own it, Greg. It's a lie. You don't get rid of me that easy, bro.
Any other public remarks?
Sure.
Gordon Tomaszewski. I just want to point out the fact that many PC members had horrendous attendance records in 2024, and they should have been commended instead of condemned for the actions that they were trying to take. The township is in the condition we are now due to board members not being willing to change the status quo. Even you acknowledge that today, Sarah, so I give you credit for that. You have PC members like Kevin Ross who are absent from over 40% or more of the meetings and have chosen now and chose to make it a personal issue to cover their asses for their incompetence. Greg, you and the board have been made aware of Kevin's vials commenting to the residents of this community and have witnessed the harassment of resident Jeanette Ropetta at these meetings in violation of the code of conduct. You know, the court ruled that ultimately you have and had the right to remove a planning commission board member, which was Mr. Ropetta, and I'd suggest you do the same thing, remove Kevin Ross for his misconduct and his unbecoming conduct of a township official. Respect and reputation are 2 things that are earned, they're not given. Other board members have stated that they had special arrangements with Mike Cunningham regarding their attendance. The taxpayers deserve people who wish to serve the township and attend the meetings, not members who only wish to be on the board for self-enrichment at their own convenience. If we're looking for apologies, it should be the planning commission members apologizing to public for the disruption they have caused in this community. I'd also like to make a comment in regards to the township hall. I made the comment a long time ago that hall should have been turned over to the Historical Society. We own that township hall, so as it currently stands, we could have turned around, like I suggested, divested ourselves from that, let the Historical Society run it, let them raise the funds, which they've done a phenomenal job of doing, and let it be self-sufficient. Then we wouldn't have to deal, and the board wouldn't have to deal with the issue of who can we rent it out to, who should we rent it out, who shouldn't we rent it out, and get involved in a rental business. That's just my own personal opinion on the township hall. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon. Anybody else? All right.
She's still here if you want to do an apology.
Miscellaneous business. Somebody asked about a joint meeting, and we do have one scheduled.
Yeah, for
Correct.
January 20th.
Yeah, thank you.
January 20th.
Yep.
We do have a joint board meeting scheduled.
With who?
The planning commission.
Okay, I didn't hear the planning commission.
We'll invite the ZBA too, but generally they
Don't think I'm here.
They don't. It's mainly the planning commission and us.
Yes, you have to have
Yeah.
an annual meeting with them.
That's it for miscellaneous business, I believe. Unless somebody else has something. All right.
I'll make a motion
To adjourn.
Support.
All in favor? Aye.
So as a supervisor, you don't want to issue an apology break. Meeting's over, you don't need to slam your gavel. You don't want to do that.
11:02. Whew,
Look at him, you
this
can't
was
even
late. 11:02.
You think it's fine?
I got 11:04.
Yeah.
Just like,
Be okay with
past
someone
my
walking your
bedtime.
waters that way?
Whew.
Contact the attorney for the
Yeah.
insurance company.
Yeah.
Second to 16th, is that the term?
Yes.
In December?
Yep, yep.
I'll see if I can get the yard moved.
Yeah.
Okay, be
Yeah.
safe on your
Second
way
and
home. It's
16.
dark out. It's dark out.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
All right. Yeah, thanks, Herb. Safe travels.
I'm not going anywhere.
Oh, my goodness.